You just heard Accept's Fast as a Shark from their Restless and Wild record. The Scorpions, Dynamite from their Blackout record. This is the Rec Room Metal Podcast, episode 200. Everybody's waiting for. I don't know how many years in the making this is now.
10 years.
10 years?
This is 10 years.
This is the Proto-Metal Countdown, 1982.
Yeah, the number one year. This is, we finally made it. None could be happier than myself for multiple reasons. Like a bittersweet sort of thing.
Some of the extra work is over for a while.
Yeah, this is something that when I envisioned kind of putting this together, because we had, we had this history heavy metal thing kind of sitting around that I had worked on for a number of years. I guess I didn't envision the amount of, it's one thing when you're talking about an album or even a band discography, but when you're talking about an entire
genre of music,
even not just like one genre, because now like today it's like we're talking about crossover, no album, thrash,
everything that led to where we are now.
So
I mean, it's a pretty broad
it's
thing.
Literally kind of like the history of like heavy metal, which is cool because that's right up my alley as a history teacher. But just in terms of the totality of what we kind of had to do is pretty nuts there. And again, thank you to Joe Shaefer for the kind words, on the countdown. And Joe is a guy that I've been speaking with for quite a while. I think he does some stuff for Invisible Oranges, along with, he mentioned Decibel. I think he has his hand in multiple sort of, he might even do some stuff for Revolver. I'm not 100% sure.
It's a pretty good, yeah.
It's like freelance guys, like Jay Bennett, they're always kind of doing different things. But he's been interested, and I think I have the notes already ready. So I think he's going to be recording a Tribulation show with us pretty soon, probably at the dawn of the new year coming up here soon, after Mark and I recover from all this. But the good news is even after we post 200, we have some episodes in the bank that we've been kind of sitting on that we can episodes. Finally. So it'll give us like a little bit of a break to like reload after having to do all of this like crazy.
And to tweak. We're still screwing around with our sound system. We want to get this to sound as good as possible. So I think with a couple more pieces of hardware, I can get us we can actually have the headphones on with the side effects and delays and anything weird.
It's kind of weird. So when we do, because we will be along with some audio clips that will be coming in, some people have recorded some nice kind messages about the countdown or about the being fans of the actual podcast through the years and maybe the influence we had on them. We'll be playing some of those audio clips throughout, probably as we come in and out of different talk sets tonight or today whenever you listen to it. But we'll also be having some guests calling in. Some of our most frequent guests that we've had on previous episodes, we kind of reached out to them to see if they'd be interested in, joining us for this very special 200th episode. I think if we hadn't have taken some hiatuses, we probably would have hit this a long time ago. But in a weird way, I kind of feel like this fits right because we wouldn't have had that countdown. In a way, like it just kind of like the puzzle pieces came together when they needed to come together.
Yeah.
Just with life stuff and different things kind of going on, I think this is kind of the perfect time. Plus, it's our 10th anniversary, which is pretty cool that coincides with that. When you get those. You being a comic book guy, you understand like the magic of the anniversary issues and different things like that. Growing up in the early '90s with comic books, R.I.P. by the way to Stan the Man. But growing up with that, it was like I was lured into like all the embossed covers and chromium covers and blah blah blah. I mean, it was almost
right at the height of your you're the perfect age for that.
I got
late '80s, early '90s.
I got destroyed with that stuff, and I have just piles of shit issues that like aren't worth anything because
10 copies of X-Men #1.
Yeah, because they print it so many. I don't think I understood supply and demand as a 7th grader.
No, you didn't. All those things were worth money because they were thrown away and there's scarcity. That's why it's like the falsely inflating the value of something is a pretty awful thing that capitalism does quite a bit.
For sure. Well, speaking of that kind of stuff, in doing these countdowns, tracking down a lot of the original copies of these records and stuff has definitely put a dent in my pocketbook at times. But, some of these CDs were scarce for sure because a lot of these bands weren't thought of as terribly important until maybe the resonance of what they did kind of hit years later and stuff. So
and the pure just availability of just going on YouTube and like, I want to hear a Cloven Hoof song. You'd have to find somebody that had a copy of it to hear it before.
Yeah, indeed. And so this again, I think that it's almost like a perfect meshing of the technology and all these things to be able to pull off something like this. I couldn't imagine actually doing this episode, 10 years ago, or like pre-YouTube. It would be damn near impossible, and the amount of scholarship that's been done by metal journalists and people writing books and things like that, so that you can actually have the outlet to put this together. But
that's what Martin Popoff was doing for the last 20 years.
Martin Popoff he's my boy after this, because that guy is really, and we'll be reading from his various books that he's done that kind of tie into 1982 throughout these episodes. But I have a feeling, I'm sure as you're listening to this or already in your download feed, I'm sure this is going to be part of multiple part episode 200, because it's going to be gigantic. Yeah, because our episode 199 was pushing 4 hours, or just over 4 hours.
4 hours and 7 minutes or something.
Yeah. So, and again, it's cool. I think the feedback I got from that episode was pretty mind blowing. Like, a lot of people have just been like, wow, you guys are really kind of going all out. And I feel like, if you're going to go big, it's hard for me to do anything half-assed in my life. And that's caused me a lot of problems, because that's why I'm single and no kids, and I'm 40. Because the things I commit to. So, if we're going to do this, let's do it right. And then we can be done with it and move into easier territory and stuff. But
it's different. You don't want to watch Criterion Collection movies every day. Sometimes you want to watch just some horse shit.
Exactly. Yep. Exactly. So we've got some horse shit on the way. Don't worry. But just a thank you to all the patrons that have supported us. I think if we hadn't have started the patron thing, just about a year ago was when we started the patron stuff. I know I started posting the daily countdowns, I think on January 1st of this 2018, and so we've almost been posting those for a year, and I think the patrons kind of inspired me to sort of start doing that stuff. So it's been a pretty fantastic year, probably one of the best years of doing this podcast, because we have kind of started to communicate with a wider group of people and getting a lot more of the feedback necessary. So thanks to all the people that the fans and stuff like that have been upping our downloads, and the fellow podcasters that have helped us out with this show, recording some audio clips and different things like that. So
it's been great. Yeah, we almost have producers now.
Yeah,
like we get, with the extra money we get from this, we've upped our website. Having that little bit of extra kick in the ass and support is fantastic.
Yeah, so and it kind of validates what we're doing a little bit more. Although I'd like to reach an even wider audience, because I do think the scholarship of this history that we've done, especially these last 10 episodes, I think there's, they can resonate somewhere. I think there's a fan base there that probably has not accessed that. So I know one of the things that I think we should probably look into as we approach Christmas is really trying to get these on Spotify. I know that's been kind of something that we've kind of wanted to do. So, but 1982, let's kind of talk about the year, and then we'll kind of talk about Accept and Scorpions and kind of where they sort of fit into the equation.
I was 7 years old.
Yeah, I was 4. So I was pretty unaware of metal at this point.
I was aware of Kiss at this point.
Were you?
That's about it.
I really don't know where my music kind of was.
Hall & Oates, Kiss, Madonna.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of remember watching MTV, but I feel like MTV wasn't something that maybe came into my presence until like maybe 1984 when I was like 6. That's probably like right when my awareness of some of those videos, like I kind of have some, some big memories of like, Duran Duran and some of the videos that were just played like all the time. Like, I remember really staring at Patti Smythe, Warrior from Scandal with Patti Smythe.
Yeah,
that lady was like all painted up. And I
felt powerful and strong.
And strong, and I think I had some fuzzy, weird feelings in me, like little boy feelings that I was like trying to like understand.
Strong
like
woman
I'm really attracted to this for some reason, And so that razzle dazzle of the '80s kind of, it was just about to explode with videos and things like that in '82. This was our number one year for both of us. I think it was pretty unanimous. It's almost an overwhelming amount of big records that came out in this year. And as we sort of move through different talk sets and talk about the different movements and genres and things, I think even though you hadn't really hit, mainstream, hair metal yet or mainstream thrash at this point, those breakthroughs are coming in '83 and '84.
Yeah.
All of the stuff is sort of bubbling there, which kind of fits into the idea of the Proto-Metal kind of countdown, because this is definitely the calm before the storm. We're not yet in the eye of the tornado, as Megadeth would say, but we're getting there, and so there is a lot of big roots. And I think, if you want to rally around, maybe 5 records that prove this, maybe more than any others. You've got Screaming for Vengeance from Judas Priest, which a lot of people see as like the sort of the perfect high watermark of their commercial and metal kind of combining. Some people maybe felt British Steel was like a little maybe too commercial, and then they kind of amped things back up again and added a little bit more of the
metallicness.
The metallicness, yeah, the stuff you heard on Stained Class and Sin After Sin and things, and kind of like the production went up. It very much sounds like a 80s record too. It's like,
it does
kind of the way Painkiller kind of sounded like a more modern Judas Priest. So you've got stuff like that. You also have, of course, Number of the Beast, which we'll be talking about very soon. Many people believe, the greatest Iron Maiden record, or at least the album that kind of put Iron Maiden on the map internationally. The introduction of Bruce Dickinson, and we'll get into all that. You have Venom's Black Metal, which of course named an entire genre of music and kind of upped the ante for this growing extreme metal thing that was about to sort of break through in like 83, 84, 85 with Bathory and Celtic Frost. You've got maybe the most important crossover record of all time, which we'll be talking about, with Discharge. In a lot of ways, the birth of hardcore in terms of American hardcore. I know we talked about Dead Kennedys in 1980, but that was a different type of record than, say, like Bad Brains. Bad Brains is adding like a speed that like people hadn't really sort of heard before. So you just look at those 4 records alone, and then we'll turn to Accept here in a moment. And a lot of people see records like Anvil's Metal on Metal and Restless and Wild from Accept as really thrash metal records. And so, in a lot of ways, like what Accept did on that song you just heard, Fast as a Shark, it might be the very first thrash metal song, true thrash metal song. There's been fast songs prior to that, but you kind of see this Nawabum British metal thing kind of peaking out in England in 82, and it's reaching its apex, and then you're kind of starting to see this other thing happening from places like Germany or Canada or the United States and stuff in terms of that. So what are your thoughts on Accept?
Because there's that weird thing, like thrash was a term thrown around after everything started. Same with speed metal, but that's kind of like that. Fast as a Shark it took the kind of that German Teutonic. It's a weird that kind of like speed that they introduced there goes into Halloween, Blind Guardian, that entire kind of like power metal post Rainbow, weird power metal German thing, but it's a distinctly German thing. I think that they ended like that speed element and that weird, the classical kind of influence that nobody else really did quite that methodically, as Germans are incredibly methodical people as far as that kind of stuff's concerned. But that, and I think Judas Priest kind of echoes that a little bit, but they didn't really get that type of, the double bass preciseness up until like, Painkiller, Ram It Down era kind of stuff. But yeah, all these kind of elements of that, of what we kind of know now as thrash and speed metal, is all kind of born here on accident. Yeah,
and a book that I'll be turning to quite a bit from Martin Popoff is Hit the Lights, The Birth of Thrash, part of a trilogy he did on the thrash metal genre. And they talk about Accept, Restless and Wild, which came out in October of 82. And it's a story that a guy who wrote and created, and we'll talk more about it a little bit later, one of the first thrash metal zines, it was called The Headbanger, and his name was Bob Nalbindian, and he was friends with Lars Ulrich. And he tells a story. He says, Lars was telling my buddy that he had this advanced cassette of Restless and Wild, and he said he used to get all that shit, all the advanced stuff. And he brought it over, and he said, this is it. This is the future of metal. This is the fastest bass drum you'll ever hear in your life. He said, this is the heaviest, fastest speed metal song ever. And he played Fast as a Shark. And so, when the guys that are going to found Metallica, and Lars obviously has his controversies, but he certainly was, in a lot of ways, the heart and soul of the early thrash scene. He was like one of those guys that was able to coalesce a lot of the European and British influences into sort of the Los Angeles and San Francisco community to introduce a lot of those guys.
When he was a tastemaker, for sure, for music. He might not be like the best, most, the greatest drummer. He definitely has his own he brought some unique things to that for sure. But as far as like pulling the community together and talking about like evangelizing heavy metal, he was like the number one guy.
Yeah, he was. And I know he takes a lot of bullets for different things that we don't need to get into. But, I think at the end of the day, regardless of what you think about maybe his drumming skills or certain other affectations that he has, metal wouldn't be the same without him. Because
they wouldn't be as popular as they are without him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so he did a lot to sort of help the genre of heavy metal, especially in the decade of the 80s. So I got two other quotes real quick from that same book from two kind of very famous thrash metal guys kind of reflecting on it. And one is from Testament guitarist Alex Skolnick. And he says, so I kind of went from Ozzy to Priest, and I think the first sort of thrash music I heard was Accept. And Accept isn't really known as a thrash band, but they had this one song called Fast as a Shark, which at the time was the thrashiest song I had ever heard. And it was great, too, because it was polished. They kind of reminded me of the Scorpions, another band I liked, another band from Germany, but they had this really intense speed and high energy to them. So after Accept, I started discovering other bands. So it really seems like kind of a high watermark for people.
Yeah. And bringing in that aggression, speed, double bass, but also a sing-along chorus, which is very German.
Yeah, for sure.
And there, I think Accept Exodus kind of will take, they're probably the most Teutonic sounding thrash band.
Yeah, you think
as
like
far as
Toxic
bringing in
Waltz and some of that kind of stuff.
Really simple, but really great, like palm muted chugging, but also that whole like chorus, good time kind of vibe,
Yeah. And then that was on the West Coast happening, but even over on the East Coast, I got a quote from Scotty Ian from Anthrax, and he says, I remember when Dan Lilkner and I went to Charlie Benante's house to audition him for Anthrax. He was living upstairs at his mom's house in this little room that he basically shared with a drum kit. And Danny and I brought over these little amps, and we went in. I remember at some point we asked him if he could play Fast as a Shark by Accept, because at the time it was pretty much the standard for double bass. And he's like, yeah, I can play that. So we started jamming on that, and he was playing it faster than Accept did on the record. And I just remember Danny and I being extremely impressed. So, I remember hearing stories that thrash bands would use like Angel of Death from Lombardo once like you get to a certain point. Like if you can play the bass drum or the double bass drum on Angel of Death, like we'll hire you basically kind of thing. So Accept definitely had a huge influence. And then the other song that we heard was from the Scorpions, and that was Blackout, the record, and the song Dynamite. And you really kind of get this kind of perfect merging, I think, on Blackout of their 70s kind of style. There's still a lot of, guitar work and intricacy there. I think that they're maybe leaning a little bit more on like the Eddie Van Halen style than obviously the Hendrix stuff that like Uli was sort of bringing in. But, you can definitely see that combined with more of an eyes on the prize kind of commercial thing. But I think Blackout still has like a lot of balls to it. It's not like the later 80s Scorpion stuff that kind of lacked some of that. The
power ballad stuff that a lot of people will know.
But. And that stuff was good. Even like the next record, Love at First Sting, still has some of the balls to it, as well. But I think that's my favorite 80s Scorpions record.
It's their last like really great front to back record, I think, because you've got Rudolph still doing his like that real angular kind of riff that he's doing, but then there's lots of layering that they don't really do later on. They're real compartmentalized later on, where it's rhythm section, solo, vocal, like they don't really kind of like meet as much as. But on this, we got everything drops out, and it's just Klaus and the drummer going and the bass going along, like just that's the whole thing with like German sings. I don't know if that all goes back to like Bavarian beer fest drinking.
Probably does, like German folk
kind of music. Yeah, like people get drunk and want to sing together, like the sing along type thing. But then having that weird like mechanical precision that most of these German bands seem to have. Even Sodom and Destruction have that like off the rails kind of version of that, but it's the same type of
like Bommenhagel and stuff like that from Sodom. It has this like kind of folky quality to it almost. I for sure hear that. And I pointed out to Mark that even though Dokken was already a band doing stuff, they had released the French version of Breaking the Chains the year previous, so they were already formulating. You can tell that they were probably taking a lot of influence from this German scene. I know Dokken often gets thrown in with all the hair metal stuff, but if you really listen to what like Lynch and some of those guys are doing, they're much more European sounding than most of the other hair metal stuff.
Absolutely. Well, plus there's the connections with Don Dokken and Scorpions and stuff. I don't even remember what exactly it was, but that he went in and did like scratch track vocals or something for a
really?
Scorpions record or some shit.
Yeah, that would make sense.
We talked about that years ago.
Way long ago. Yeah, so even when like
so there's a connection there already.
All the music cuts out that you were kind of talking about. It kind of reminded me of something you would hear on like Tooth or Nail or something like that almost. So
there's an economy. It's not as straightforward as like an American, hard rock band would have been. There's a little bit more. Just a little bit, je ne sais quoi there.
Je ne sais quoi, yeah. Indeed. And speaking of je ne sais quoi, we should be remiss if we didn't say that we, to celebrate the 200th anniversary, we cracked open. It's from Avery Brewing Company. It's a beer I bought like a year ago. It's a single bottle for $14, which seemed absurd, but it's kind of when the bourbon kind of barrel sort of kind of craze was beginning. And I've kind of just been hanging on to this beer. It's called Tweak. It's a stout with coffee added, aged in a bourbon barrel. I believe it's from Colorado.
16% alcohol.
16%, yeah. And I poured half for Mark and half for me, and we're just enjoying a tasty beverage in celebration of the 200th anniversary. So it's pretty smooth stuff. It's good.
Yeah, it's good.
It's got a little kick to it. Some other kind of non-British or American records that came out that we won't be featuring, but I just kind of want to mention because they do play a role. You had Crocus with One Vice at a Time, which I don't know if it was their first or second, but it's right before Headhunter, which is their big breakthrough record, and they were out of Switzerland. You had Merciful Fate putting together The Nuns Have No Fun, which we talked, I think we played something from Merciful Fate on the 81 episode, maybe even like an early demo of some sort, I believe. They're a band from the Netherlands and probably one of the first really big Dutch metal bands, a band called Pitcher with an album called Diamond Deceiver. And that album, actually, the first place I heard about that was from, and this is kind of the impetus maybe for a lot of things, was from that Decibel old school metal albums of all time, Top 100 that Mark did the cover for.
I did the cover for, yeah.
That was a fun cover to do, I bet, to be able to.
Well, it was tough because looking through the imagery, it was hard. There's so many bad covers.
Yeah, the 80s.
So it was like, okay, well, I really got to pull out, Priest and Maiden, I think, are kind of a number one.
They're the ones that you have to kind of focus on.
Yeah, because there's a lot of stuff that's just shit cover-wise. But yeah, like Satan has great covers.
They do, indeed. Yeah, but Pitcher cracked the top 100 at number 99 there. So, but they kind of said they're often credited with being the first Dutch metal band to score a record deal. And so, the Dutch metal scene becomes pretty huge in the late 80s, early 90s.
Yeah, you got Vandenberg coming up here too.
Yeah,
so.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, Vandenberg is coming. I purposely set that aside for a friend of ours who I think would appreciate some of that. And then Rose Tattoo, they were out of Australia, kind of a no-album sounding band there. And then a band from Sweden that had released a couple of pretty awesome records called Heavy Load, Death or Glory. So, but yeah, so that was some other kind of British and American records that kind of had a big mark. And now as we sort of approach this first big set of music that we're going to get into, we might as well just get into it. We're going to start with Number of the Beast. And I don't know, there's really no easy way to kind of introduce a record like this. It was, speaking of that countdown, the Decibel thing, it was the number one old school album of all time. This is profound influence. I don't know. I mean, we're both Iron Maiden fans, but I think Mark was into them before I was. So I guess I'll give you the floor to this
is our first Bruce and Adrian Smith combo coming in together as well. So that's a huge plus for depending on what your sensibilities are. The first two records, we've still got Clive Burr on drums on this record.
This is his last record,
and you can tell he's being outpaced by everybody else a little bit. Like he's right at the edge of his ability. He does some really interesting stuff, especially in Charlotte the Harlot. He's kind of like following every like movement of this with drum fills and whatever, but you can tell he's kind of right at the edge where he's almost like he can't be on the same level there, but like they need to have Nico has to come in on the next record, otherwise they would have probably teetered out just a little bit. But that, just like songs, vocal range on this record is insane. This is the first, we're going to be hearing 22 Acacia Avenue,
which is an Urchin song from
is it totally okay?
Yeah, it's an unfinished Urchin song that Adrian Smith brought in with him
because it was reworked a little bit with Harris, and also the Charlotte character was brought in from Charlotte the Harlot, the Dave Murray written song off of the self-titled. So that I think that might be the first time in their history they call back on a character that they've ever had in any their other kind of things. But
that's kind of an interesting thing. You didn't see that a lot happening with metal at this point that I can think of.
No, and the whole, I don't know how much you read into the song itself, but that Acacia Avenue, it was just a shorthand in British slang for being completely average.
Really?
So which makes this makes the song kind of like more sad. This guy's trying to get, Charlotte to come with him, but she's just this completely average kind of like working class person.
girl.
Yeah. And that's something that Adrian Smith seems to bring to Maiden that we never really had up to that point, is that whole kind of, the human condition thing that he brings much more kind of like, not schmaltzy or sentimental songs, but, like with Wasted Years and bringing a lot of stuff that's much more about feelings, not about events. Like Harris is much more of like, well, let's talk about this or that, or, movies or, kind of more abstract things. He's bringing like human feelings into Maiden a little more.
Interesting thing about this record, obviously, is, Bruce.
Bruce, as he was.
And so I have I got a couple of quotes that I want to share throughout as we're kind of talking, because there's a lot written about this. But a recent Martin Popoff book that just came out this year, it's Iron Maiden album by album, and he interviews a lot of cool people in it. It's more of like it's kind of like an oral history type book. Mm-hmm. And he's talking to Brian Slagle, the founder of Metal Blade, who we'll be talking more about Brian Slagle later. And Slagle says that he was at a show in Iron Maiden was opening up. I think it was in Long Beach, and they were opening up for UFO. And he says, anyways, I'll read the quote. He says, anyways, they came to open for UFO, and my friend John and I interviewed Paul Di'Anno at the gig, and he said, I'm leaving Iron Maiden after the show. And we're like, what? Are you crazy? He said, yeah, I want to do something more melodic. We were devastated. Like, wow, that is pretty crazy. So certainly it wasn't a surprise. When it happened. I think he asked me not to tell anybody, so we never mentioned it. But it's funny because a few years later, he moved to LA and he was dating a girl who was a good friends with the girl I was dating at the time. So I hung out with him quite often. But he says when Bruce joined, it was like, oh, okay, Bruce from Samson. Pretty good choice. But people don't remember that this was very, very controversial when The Number of the Beast came out. I was still working at the record store, and I would say half the people hated it and hated Bruce and loved Di'Anno and refused to even listen to that record or give it the time of day. I would say at least half the people that were into Maiden said no, because we sold tons and tons of Killers records. So it was extremely controversial when they got him. But I love that record from the moment I put it on. Still to this day, as you say, it is my all-time favorite record. And I love Bruce, and I think he was the perfect guy to have for that band, obviously.
Well, and I think everybody they lost, they picked up 5 times more with new, just because everything, like, it blew up. His voice could actually match everybody. Mm-hmm. Like anything they attempted, where Di'Anno was just kind of like on his edge of his, like, I don't think they can't break Bruce's, like, he'll try anything, and his vocal range used to be not quite so much anymore after the throat cancer, but still pretty good for an older dude.
Yeah.
The energy level on stage too. Nobody can match Bruce Dickinson's energy level.
No.
If you've ever seen Maiden live, he runs around that fucking thing, and he's not like breathless when he gets back to the mic. He's a conditioned athlete.
You know who he reminds me of, and this is a weird reference. In a way, Bruce Dickinson's to metal what like Ric Flair is to like wrestling. Like Ric Flair used to like party to like 5 a.m. drinking, and he'd be at the gym at 6 o'clock working on cardio, and he would wrestle hour-long matches like hungover, and like he was almost like perfectly designed and built just for that role. And like you watch Bruce, and he is the perfect frontman. I think he's the best. I think he's the best metal frontman. I'm not saying that he's my favorite vocalist necessarily, because it kind of just depends on the moment. I think Halford's very, very close. I think Ozzy's quite good at what he does, but Ozzy's presentation is pretty freaking simple. He just kind of stands there and claps or whatever, Yeah. But I think whatever you want to define as the front man or whatever, like he's it.
Yes.
He's that total package. I think Halford's probably 99% of it. Like there's just 1% maybe different for me. Maybe.
And you got to know your kind of like where your skills lie too, because like Halford's not as athletic as a guy, but he
can hit notes that are beyond
his range is insane. But also he's more of a theatrical guy as far as like costuming. Mm-hmm. So he's like, well, I'm not going to be able to run around the stage and still hit these notes. So I'm going to come out on a motorcycle. I'm going to have this 50-pound leather fucking jacket covered in studs on. But Dickinson will do like 5 little costume changes, run around like a fucking madman, pull out the Union Jack and flip it around. And but everybody, not everybody in Maiden, but at least Dickinson and Harris are probably the most active, and Yannick Gears, as far as the new 3, guitar, I guess it's 20-year-old lineup now. The 3 guitar thing. They're the most active on stage, but having that much. Having they're one of the few bands that their physicality actually matches the energy of their music.
Yeah, that's true.
There's not many bands that can say about that. Yeah,
that's kind of
it's insane.
Yeah, it's pretty fantastic.
The new, unfortunately, they're not coming anywhere near us. But they've got like the full bomber set and stuff. It's like insane now.
Yeah,
but
that's a band I'd be willing to drive Cleveland or Chicago, depending on what day of the week it was or something like that.
Yeah,
just because it's Maiden.
It's Maiden.
Yeah, and I mean. Yeah, every tour they do is kind of different, which is cool. They throw different songs out and stuff like that. Which
this is the legacy of the beast. So I think it's more of a deep
greatest hits, maybe stuff. Yeah. One thing that was kind of interesting, it was talk to me from an art perspective. This cover, I mean, I love Killers. Killers is pretty iconic. So is the self-titled. But there's something about Number of the Beast that's just like it's almost setting up all of the sort of controversies of the 1980s in like one moment, right?
Well, and you're showing that, okay, there's the devil, but then there's somebody controlling the devil that's even worse, which is Eddie.
Yeah.
And just having 666 in the title, Number of the Beast. We start out, we've got the Vincent Price. Yeah. It's like hitting every single thing that you wanted. But if you think about it for what was happening back at the day, it was much more kind of revolutionary and in your face than like now it seems kind of quaint.
Sure.
But at the time, it was like, holy shit, this is the real thing. There's all kinds of outrage about the satanic, quality of this music and that kind of shit as well. But visually, it's probably one of the most iconic heavy metal covers ever. Mm-hmm. Even how on the back, the band was incorporated into parts of the painting and stuff as well. So
it was really cool. I didn't know, like, you as an artist, like what, as a kid, like looking at that kind of stuff. Like, I mean, obviously
I was a teenager when I really got into Maiden too.
And I'm sure that inspired a lot of like your visual,
But I was also into death metal before I was into Maiden.
That's true. Yeah. So you were seeing way
I came in a weird
same with me.
Backdoor
I got into Maiden
thing.
after I had already gotten into far crazier stuff. But Popoff in this sort of oral history asks Brian Slagle and Bobby Blitz Ellsworth from Overkill. He asks them about the backlash, the religious backlash. And Slagle said, of course, there was tons of it back then. I don't know if outside the U.S. there was nearly as much hullabaloo. That's a great word. But if you read the lyrics, they're just telling stories. That's what drives me nuts about all this. These people are just telling stories. I mean, was Vincent Price a Satanist because he played evil people in all those films? No, he's an actor. These people are storytellers creating art. People take it too literally. It was not so much when it came out, but after they got big, you would go to the shows and there were protesters everywhere. It was all over the media. When they were doing their headline tour back then, Bruce did a 5-minute little rap saying, "This is all shit. We're not Satanists. We're musicians. Leave it alone." And Ellsworth says, obviously this was the music your parents didn't want you listening to, especially if you were devout Catholics. But I don't think it's anything other than being a fantastic heavy metal topic. This could be page 1 in the heavy metal Bible with regard to what we sing about. You sing about evil, but it's a story about evil, and that's what makes it both expansive and successful. But I guess this was racy for 1982. Metal was about ruffling feathers. It wasn't about finding your niche and going away quietly. That song doesn't mean this guy's a Satanist. And he goes on from there, but I think it gives you a little taste.
Well, plus, like, I mean, you've got that, but then you've got songs like Run to the Hills that are talking about the colonization of
genocide of
Native Americans. So it's like they're picking which is what people do all the time, is they pick what makes them outraged without investigating anything further, and then like, oh, this is awful, unredeemable horseshit.
Yeah.
When really they're talking about stuff that would make me like, oh, I didn't realize that, like, if a band can make you look something up in the dictionary, if it can make you think differently about something you previously thought, that's fantastic.
Yeah. And I think there's so many great cuts on this record. I mean, it's almost like every single song has its own sort of personality. And I don't love every song equally, but I think the song that I think when you look back on this record, I think the song that, we're not playing it because everyone's heard it a million times, but I think Hallowed Be Thy Name is something that takes Maiden maybe to like the next level. And, Phantom of the Opera is pretty epic, in terms of progress. It's very progressive and stuff like that from their debut. But to me, Hallowed Be Thy Name adds a certain amount of drama that you becomes known within Iron Maiden from that point, whether it's Rime of the Ancient Mariner or Power, like Revelations, even Children of the Damned has like a drama to it. It's almost like a 3-act play or a 4-act play. And to me, Hallowed Be Thy Name has that theatricality that was, I think, something Bruce brought in.
You could only do it with Bruce. Yeah. You couldn't have done Hallowed Be Thy Name with Di'Anno. It wouldn't be the same thing. Phantom of the Opera doesn't have the same type of
Di'Anno doesn't have that character.
Yeah.
He's just, it almost felt like he had trouble sometimes keeping up sometimes with like how complex like Harris's vocal melodies were.
And arrangements are just stupid on those. Like it's crazy how complicated that. It's overly complicated, not in a virtuoso sense, but in like a lot of like early death metal that was, considered like old Gorguts, considered tech death. Yeah, lots of riffs, lots of time changes, not really technical, but just complicated.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. So one thing just about that is, sorry, I lost my train of thought. Slagle says, again, in my opinion, the greatest song ever written is Hallowed Be Thy Name. Not to harp on this, but this is the perfect song written by the perfect band. Everything about that song is perfect. The lead guitar solos are some of the best I've ever heard. The lyrics and the music and the subject matter are amazing. Bruce sounds phenomenal. The playing and the different time changes, incredible. As an ending track, it's like, wow. I remember the first time I heard that record, as it ended, I was exhausted because there was just so much going on. And I remember there's a cool YouTube channel that Mark and I have talked about before that I watch pretty consistently called Lost in Vegas. These two African-American guys. And they listen to Hallowed Be Thy Name. And at the end, they're like, that song kind of like touched me. They're like, I don't even know if I liked it because it was almost like too depressing in a way, but they appreciate it, like how profound that song kind of is when you really like unpack it, this person going to the
gallows to die.
Going to the gallows, and stuff. So I think, Number of the Beast has its laurels. I don't think there's many people that would kind of, slag that record. I've never really heard anybody that doesn't like it.
No, and I mean it's so popular and so prolific that I often have to take time away from it.
I don't turn to it that much because I know it almost by heart.
I listen to it so much, but then just getting ready for the show, I was in a waiting room at a hospital working on a lot of the stuff, and I just on headphones listening to 22 Acacia Avenue again. I was like, song's fucking great,
it's fantastic,
so good. Mm-hmm. And then even like Gangland stuff, I would kind of skip.
Yeah,
before I was like, it's pretty good.
Yeah,
it's another Adrian Smith.
There are a lot of weird like kind of songs that you always talk about the big three because it's really this album is defined by that trio. I don't know if there's a stronger like trio of songs on like a modern metal record almost. I mean, it's like almost unheard of to have 3 songs that are that iconic. But
and as a third record.
Yeah,
that's usually like you're kind of really struggling to try to get something,
or that's when you're kind of like,
or you're getting your stride.
You're gonna crest, you're gonna become like the band or something, and
then they don't even really crest until
Power
Slave is like that's kind of the penultimate, and then like, can they get any better?
Yeah. Maybe not bigger, but they do get better.
Yeah,
in a lot of ways.
Yeah. And to this day, great.
And so this set, we're kind of sticking with kind of Nuabum a bit and kind of looking at England. And so the next big record that we're going to kind of get into after we play 22 KC Avenue is Ravens Wiped Out. Chris Sangaridis produced this. This is along with like I think Accept and along with maybe Anvil. This is maybe the other record that was pretty big that you could almost say was pretty damn close to Proto Thrash. They're still Nuabum. But man, they're fast.
It's a little nastier, a little dirtier.
I mean, even the song that we're going to play, Faster Than the Speed of Light, is kind of telling you what their mentality kind of was at this point.
And the something we haven't really mentioned is all this group of music is going to have some kind of goofball intros.
Yes,
then this one has the Einstein was wrong. The mission control.
Yeah, it's so strange. Yeah,
which as a kid. I don't know, like a teenager listening to that, like if you can integrate anything that you heard in school in a positive aspect and bring it, like make you even think about that again is a positive thing. I think.
Yeah.
Like, as my mom was a teacher for 25 years, and anytime you could get, even if it's not really pushing the message forward of Einstein, it is a little bit because it's, theory of, speeds of light.
Speed of light. Yeah. On
all that kind of shit. So it's like reinforcing things in a positive way, which most people would not. Like my mom would look down if she heard that, she'd be like, "Oh, that's good."
Yeah,
like go ahead and listen to Raven. That's fantastic.
That was pretty funny. I dig like where this song gets to at like the 2.5 minute mark. You start to get these really awesome like interlocking melodies that gets really really propulsive. It's cool. Raven's not my favorite of the Nawabum bands. They're probably a band I need to spend some more time with because they're sometimes almost like they feel like a band that's like almost operating like off the rails. Like they're really, really close, or they're pushing to the edges of like what their abilities are.
I think that they're also not an immediate band. Mm-hmm. Like I think if we would have heard this and then Maiden, we'd totally dismiss this.
Yeah.
But having like 25 years of listening to metal music behind you, this stuff sounds better now.
To perspective, yeah, for sure.
Like you can get a little more out of it, I think.
Yep. Scotty Ian and Hit the Lights said that about this Raven. He said they were thrashed me. The energy was so crazy. They had such crazy energy in their music, and it was just a volatility to it. It was just so all over the place, yet at the same time super cohesive. They had really strong hooks in their songs, and they were consummate musicians on their instruments. They were a huge influence and just a school for us. Our first tour was opening for them in '84, and to watch John Gallagher every night, the guy's just such an amazing musician and such an amazing singer. They just had a kind of sideways approach to music. They were sort of like the insane version of Rush, and it was thrash. I mean, the stuff was just stop, go, start. I don't know if they had any punk influence, but they were certainly more punk than a lot of punk bands back then.
They were 3-piece too, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. So I mean, it's a weird mix too when you listen to Wiped Out. Like, sometimes the vocals aren't like high enough. It's just a weird sounding record, but cool. Yeah, it's like kind of a classic record in a lot of ways. Then we get into something a little bit more obscure. It's probably a band, I like to kind of drop those little obscure nuggets in, as Joe Shaefer said, the obscure Nawabum stuff. There's a band called Cloven Hoof, and it's from their first EP that was called The Opening Ritual. It's a song called The Gates of Gehenna, which is a cool little, very almost occultish.
I wonder if it's like the first use of Gehenna heavy metal.
Might be, yeah. We're going to kind of talk about that because it's...
Which is Jewish for hell, isn't it? Or,
I think so.
Or
Hebrew?
Hebrew for hell.
Hebrew for hell, yeah. It's...
Sheol, I think, is another Hebrew term for hell.
So.
I just know this from Nagelfar.
Yeah, for sure. Like yep, exactly. Yeah, it's weird how you learn a lot of like weird history in sideways ways from like studying metal stuff through the years. But they're from a town called Wolverhampton in England, and they took their name, Cloven Hoof. I don't know if you knew this, from Anton LaVey's Church of Satan official bulletin that he published. It was called the Cloven Hoof or something.
Of course.
And again, speaking of kind of the same thing that Raven had going, a lot of like stop-start kind of rhythm sort of things. I think the guy that's really killer in this song is their drummer. His name is Kevin Pountney. He's doing some pretty awesome kind of complex drumming for just like a obscure EP at this point. The lyrics are pretty dark and occultish. You said, this is...
There's a lot of Sad Wings Priest in there.
I hear a lot of dissonant aggressor riffs too. Yeah, for sure.
But like just that falsetto... Mm-hmm. I can't think of what Priest song that is. The Forever.
Oh man, I'm thinking of the scream at the beginning of Dissonant Aggressor though too. Yeah,
like those kind of like that's a very Priestism thing to kind of pull through.
Yeah, they definitely were.
It's much more wrapped in occultism, which is interesting.
And we've talked about kind of like you talk about Number of the Beast and Gates of Gehenna. You're starting to see this aesthetic kind of starting to appear much more, and especially when we talk about Venom
and this is a land of hammer horror as well, which they've got. The UK's got a pretty rich, more so than the US, I think, as far as like a really aesthetic horror environment. They had what's his nuts too? Do What Thou Wilt, Crowley.
Yeah,
I mean, that was a huge influence on Ozzy and Sabbath. Like that era was perfect to start learning about the occult.
Well, and I think too, having lived in England for a little bit, it's just the atmosphere is so like gloomy too.
Yeah,
just something about it that just kind of you
and you're resigned to your feelings, and it's a dark. We've been watching the Crown lately. I don't know if you ever watched that at all.
I watched the first season. I really liked it.
It's great. It's really what it makes you understand the British kind of like
the stiff upper lip kind of
just like Jesus, man. That's I know a handful of British people, but it makes a lot more sense now how they act the way they do, and
indeed
why everybody drinks so much because they want to push their feelings down so deep because you don't want to show it. Which we're probably guilty of that as well in the United States.
I think so too. But speaking of kind of going into darker territory, we get to Witchfinder General and their album Death Penalty, which in a lot of ways it's their first kind of debut full length. I think they had done
they had a 7-inch
the
single,
Soviet Invasion 7-inch or EP that had come out I think early 82 or late 81.
And we covered that on our Witchfinder General show we did, didn't we?
No,
or was it another countdown?
Did we do it? Yeah, it was another countdown. I think it was the 1981 episode.
We've played them a couple different times, I think, but I know
we played one on the Halloween episode when we talked about like witches and things like that. And then I think, we've definitely played some stuff from them before.
I just remember that because that's something I don't own any of that. The stuff you're just talking about, like I don't actually own physical copies of it, but I've got.
I actually have this one.
Friends of Hell.
I can't remember if I have Friends of Hell or I have Death Penalty, but I have one. Remember that picture disc vinyl I have?
I think it's Death Penalty.
I think it might be Death Penalty as well. But
hey, congratulations!
Hey, there you go. Yeah, we savored our beer and quite enjoyed it. But Death Penalty kind of in a weird way sort of helped kick off. Besides being a no album record, it kind of kicked off like a neo doom kind of revival in a weird way. I think both these records that we're going to be talking about at the end of this set, both this and Pagan Altar, although Pagan Altar I think was not as well known at the time. It became more well known I think later. And we'll get to Pagan Altar.
Yeah, we'll just talk about that. I've heard some interesting stories about them though.
Okay, I can't wait. But one cool thing about Witchfinder General, just to sort of, they're so left of center compared to the rest of the new album scene. Maybe the only band I could connect them to is maybe Angel Witch a little bit.
And even Angel Witch is much more new album-y than
in rock inspired.
This is like the first band I can really think of that took Sabbathisms lyrically and Tony Iommi riffs and totally did their own thing, but they were like the next generation. They took the tools that were given to them and created something different.
Well, in the show, you kind of I found this was to be sort of interesting in terms of his personality was so unique if you think about it. But Cliff Burton, this was this is like the only new album band he really, really loved. Like he liked the other ones, but he wasn't as excited as Larry. But he like really grabbed onto like Witchfinder General, and he was always like kind of the oddball out of the Metallica four, which is why I think he was so cool because he brought something I think different to Metallica in a lot of ways. But I found that to be cool that this was Cliff Burton's favorite new album band was Witchfinder General. So.
And I don't know how like at the time what these guys' kind of influence or even how well known they were. I mean, I didn't know about them until Cathedral started talking about them in the 90s.
Where I found out was through Cathedral.
And I mean, you can definitely hear where Gary Jennings gets a lot of his like guitar phrasing from. And it's like they're almost the third generation of like Cathedral comes in as the third generation of Sabbath.
Yeah.
Deconstruction of the riff or something.
Well, I think you can see some associations between what Witchfinder General is doing and what like Phase 2 or Mark II Pentagram does. When they kind of reform in the early 80s and stuff.
And Trouble and Vitus, like all those kind of bands
for SST, but they predate Vitus and they predate Trouble. Witchfinder General does, so you have to kind of give credit where credit's due.
Well, I think they had. I think demos. Trouble had their first demo at that point.
Did they need to? Okay,
I think so. I was reading up on this.
Gotcha.
I think so.
They might have. Like there were a lot of weird like demos and things that we'll talk about later in the episode that were kind of like happening around this time. Even though they didn't get a lot of attention.
Who even knows like how many people knew about them? But in like retrospect, a lot of this stuff is, we can do revisionist histories to some degree.
For sure. Well, it's sort of like I always think Patton Oswalt does a bit where he talks about moments where, that you can do like in a movie that you're making like a biography of an artist where like you can have like John Lennon as like a teenager, like walk by a guitar store and stop and look at a guitar and you go, oh, that's the moment, Well, that's so we like, could retroactively look back. I have not yet, but I'm sure there's like a lot of that kind
it's of so schmaltzy. Like every single thing is like, oh, it's this revelatory
inspiration
thing. It's fucking stupid.
I've heard that he's amazing, but the movie
the acting is great. The guy that plays Brian May is like dead on. All that stuff's good, but there's no story. It's just boring. Yeah. It's like, okay, like, oh, everything was magic.
All my students are coming back and being like, you should see it. And I was like, I've heard mixed things about it. Like it's something I'll watch when it's on TV, but I'm not gonna
just the whole idea of a biopic is kind of a flawed thing anyways. Like, what do you really... You don't do a biopic about a boring person.
Unless you're taking, like, only one angle or something like that. Yes. You're not trying to tell the whole story. I feel like when you try and tell the whole story, it comes off... There's only one way to tell it, and it becomes just a...
It's like a kid talking about their summer vacation.
The music. It just becomes a VH1 episode, like, that's just longer.
That's why I think the Sacha Baron Cohen version of it, talking about how crazy he fucking partied and the weird shit he did, would have been way more interesting.
For sure. But it wouldn't have mainstream acceptance. And
true.
Yeah. So
and Roger Taylor and
Brian May
were executive producers of this thing. So
But
beyond that, back to Britain.
Back to Witchfinder. Yeah, so it's always you never know like who heard those demos. You know, they might have been recording them, but you know.
Well, and even like with these guys, like I don't know who really knew about Witchfinder outside of just like I know Danny Loker and Gary Jennings were big Doom fans, and that's how Lee Dorian met Gary Jennings when he was doing the Acid Rain.
Got it.
And they were touring with like Nuclear Assault or something, and that's how Loker kind of put those two together. But it's just like people that have Loker's one of those guys that he digs, he finds stuff, you know.
For sure.
He definitely like he has more feelers out there and more interest in this stuff than probably 90% of the people on the planet.
Well, you look at a guy like Lochner who started off in like Anthrax, and then where he ends up with like bands like A Brutal Truth. You know, and it's like there's a wide spectrum there in terms of that involvement, and he's done like super groups and things like that too, like with death metal and all the other things like that.
Yeah, he's been like a super group with like Chris from Autopsy and the Ravenous or whatever. I think he was in that too. And it's like never ending. It's black metal bands like.
Yeah, he's kind of a Renaissance man, if you will. Yeah.
So I think these guys might have been a little more under the radar than we might think now.
Sure. And I think one thing that did bring them up, and we talked about this with Maiden, was the cover. You know, the notoriety of their covers to this and Friends of Hell are both. You know, I mean, they're like as a kid, if you were to walk past that in a record store, you're getting some kind of Hammer horror kind of. Oh,
absolutely.
To it.
Yeah, I think out of I think these guys and then Cathedral were the next to really take the Hammer horror like reference, like really take it to the next level, and that's like
I think Witchfinder General was a horror film, correct? That's where the reference
Vincent
is.
Price. Yeah. God, what the hell is
that
guy's
the
name?
one about Hopkins?
Yeah,
it's about Hopkins. Okay, yeah. I know the Hopkins quote from Cathedral, but I didn't know if that was.
I'm trying to think of the guy. The director was like this up and coming guy who everybody thought was brilliant. And then he like OD'd on drugs.
Oh, really?
Or something. But yeah, Price hated him. Yeah, because he didn't treat him like Vincent Price. He treated him like just some guy. Like he had to prove himself to this 20-some-year-old director. So
that's pretty interesting.
But that's a great movie. Anybody that's into folk horror should definitely watch it.
When in the This Means War, the Sunset Years and the Wabam, the Popoff book, they interview the guitar player for Witchfinder General, Phil Cope. And he says the album covers were Paul Birch's ideas. He was the director of Heavy Metal Records. It was his idea to use a pinup model, Joanne Latham, in the graveyard. We had previous pictures from the early days of the band in graveyards, and it suited the image because, well, I always thought Witchfinder General was a good name for a rock band. Back to the cover, Death Penalty, I thought that worked really well. It looked really good. It was really early in the morning when we got out to this graveyard, and the sun was just about to rise. I was still half cut from the night before. I'd been down to the pub, he laughs, and worked out well. For Death Penalty, we had that material for a couple of years. It was recorded in 2 days, so it's quite rushed. I look back at Death Penalty, I've always loved it, and I could get back in and if I could get back in and remix those tracks, I would, because I didn't feel like they were mixed properly. So
I think it sounds great now.
I love it.
I wouldn't change a thing.
I wonder if he wants like a cleaner sound or something, but to me, it's like that the muddy kind of doomy.
Sounds great. Kind of stuff and his voice was pretty unique for the time as well. I think.
Yeah, it's got kind of a nice. Kind of similar to like Diamond Head vocals a little bit. It's kind of in that same kind of range. So, and then we arrive at Pagan Altar.
This is like another revisionist thing, like recorded in 82, not seen the light of day until 98.
98 the first time, and then even like partially re-recorded in 06, right, for Judgment of the Dead.
They had a backlog of stuff, as far as I know. And also there is
because Volume 1 is what it actually came out with in 98.
I think that was a couple things put together with possibly new material. The funny thing is you cannot differentiate the difference between, as far as the writing of the new material and the old material. Yeah. Which is, I don't know if it's a testament or if these guys are just like, because they're father and son, which I didn't know either until recently.
Oh, I didn't know.
They used to say they were cousins.
Is that Terry Jones and Alan Jones?
Alan Jones. Terry, the singer, was the dad, and, a good 20 years older.
Wow.
Than the son. And he got him a guitar in like 77 or something when he was 15. So a lot of these songs are written when the kid's 15, 16 years old, and his dad always wanted to be in a rock band. Somehow they agreed on doing occult imagery shit, and it works really well. I mean, it's like, I know a lot of people, especially like younger people, they're more of a YouTube band at this point, I think. Like younger people that are in their 20s kind of glommed onto these guys more. I didn't learn about them until what, 2012 or something, 2011.
I remember you turned me on to him. I didn't know
and
much
then
about him.
I saw him at I saw right before he passed away in I think 2013. They played Maryland Death Fest.
Okay.
With my now wife, we went. We saw. We're like, I got a backstage pass, and I was like right up front. Got pictures of Terry Jones doing his thing, and they're fucking great.
Did they have a good reception there?
Yeah, it was packed.
Yeah.
I got in front of the barrier because it was completely packed. I was really surprised. They played, like 3:30, 4 o'clock, broad daylight.
Yeah.
But they gave their all. A weird thing about 82 is that I was reading Sarah Ketterman. Mm-hmm. She does stuff on Banger TV, and she's in the band Smolder.
Yep.
She did an interview for Noisy, the Vice offset thing, in last year, talking about the Room of Shadows, I think is the last record that came out.
From Pagan Altar, yep.
They're talking about how they actually got contacted by Metallica in 82 to come over and tour with them, but declined. So I don't know how, like they said...
they probably didn't know what Metallica
at that point, Metallica was like, who gives a shit?
You had the demos that were floating around.
But also they called at 3 o'clock in the morning UK time. So they're, and then, Terry answers the phone. No.
They fucked up.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
And also, I guess he had like a good job at the time, so he couldn't take the time off and all that shit. But I don't think Pagan Altar would be as interesting if they became a popular band in the 80s.
Yeah.
Like they stuck to their it's basically like if me and you just like jammed on the weekends for 20 years.
We had
like people started listening to our tapes like, this is pretty good.
Yeah.
Like that's that kind of thing.
It's almost like the Detroit band Death. There's like an aesthetic to like that undiscovered kind of thing.
And it's like something you needed at the time. Like there's no pretense to them at all.
I
could listen to them
like an early
solo
70s
forever.
occult hard rock metal album.
Absolutely
would fit right in with all that. I think Terry Jones himself is a really interesting vocalist. He kind of has like a Bobby Liebling kind of,
and he's got like a weird Mark Sheldon, like and Tim Baker from Cirith Ungol, like unconventional vocals, but they're like purely his own. Yeah,
it definitely works. So. But yeah, so this is quite a set of new album stuff here that we're going to kind of get into. So we've talked plenty about it. We got 22 Acacia Avenue from Number of the Beast from Maiden, Faster Than the Speed of Light from Raven, Cloven Hoofs, The Gates of Gehenna, R.I.P. from Witchfinder General, and then Black Mass from Pagan Altar.
This is the Age of Satan.
Hello from Seattle to Mark, Jason, and the rest of the Requiem podcast family. This is Joseph Shaefer from Decibel magazine and other outlets, calling to say that it's been educational and great fun following you on your journey through the history of heavy metal countdown. It's inspired me to go back and more deeply appreciate some records in my collection, and it's also turned me on to some new favorites, particularly these new album demos you've been playing. On a more personal note, I wanted to say thank you for keeping the amplifier worship turned up in Michigan. I grew up in northern Ohio and was educated in the Mitten, as Michiganders sometimes say, and the state's got a small but mighty metal underground, as well as a powerful hard rock history that is too often overlooked, so it's good to see someone spreading the Michigan love to the rest of the world. Hope to talk to you again soon. Cheers, guys.
If you're feeling down, depressed and lonely, I know a place where we can go. 22 Acacia Avenue. Meet a lady that I know. So if you're looking for a good time, and you're prepared to pay the price, 50 quid is all she asks for. Everybody's got their vice. If you're waiting for a long time for the rest to do their piece, you can tell her that you know me. You might even get free. So anytime you're down the East End, don't you hesitate to go. You can't take my honest word for it. She'll teach you more than
That was Pagan Altar with Black Mass, Witchfinder General, R.I.P, Cloven, Hoof, The Gates of Gehenna, Ravens Faster Than the Speed of Light, and then we opened things up with Iron Maiden's 22 Acacia Avenue. And a special thank you to...
It's the place where we all go.
Yeah, this is the place we all go. Special thank you. You heard a really, really kind recording there from Martin Popoff.
A non-contrarian.
Yeah,
it was very nice.
And he, I was just showing Mark this little YouTube site that he does called The Contrarians. I think it's with Marco Barbary, who had written for Metal Maniacs and Brave Words and Blood.
He used to run Century Media for a while too.
Did he? Okay,
Mm-hmm.
I think it's him. I'm not 100% positive.
They seem of the same.
It's a guy that I
look.
know who was from Brave Words. I want to say it's Marco Barbary, but they kind of take contrarian points of view on different records. I think the first episode is they picked Down to Earth from Rainbow.
Mm-hmm.
And he talked about what a great record that is with Graham Bonnet, which we'll be talking about Graham Bonnet a little bit later in the episode too, when we get to Michael Schenker. But so, he brought up some cool things about, the importance of, Venom and obviously Iron Maiden and Raven, which we just heard in that last set.
50% of 82 is Venom.
Yeah, that's what he said. And I have a feeling our special guest that we'll be getting to here in a moment is going to spend some time talking about Venom as well. But a couple other things that were happening that we won't have, obviously, a chance to play everything because there's just a lion's share of stuff that's coming out in 82.
This could be a whole series
on
itself.
Oh, my God, it's just a ton. So there's a lot of other new album stuff for people that like that stuff. I know Joe Shaefer mentioned the obscure new album cuts and things, which he'll hopefully appreciate that Cloven Hoof that we just played.
Got his cardboard guitar and do some...
exactly. He can go down to the disco and dance around. But Jaguar put out the Axe Crazy 7-inch. Black Rose put out the No Point Runnin' 7-inch. Demon put their second record out, not Night of the Demon. I forgot to write down the name of it. Saxon put out a live record, The Eagle Has Landed. In fact, a lot of really great kind of live records, both Nawabum and non-Nawabum, came out this year. Black Sabbath's Live Evil, which had Dio on it, right?
Yeah,
that was a kind of
that was notoriously recorded. The story, I don't know how true it is or not, that kept going in night after night and fucking with the mixes, like dropping Dio's vocals, pushing up, the drums.
I heard that before too. Yeah.
But nobody really knows what happened.
Yeah. Two other live records that
cocaine happened to it.
Yeah, that's true. Blue Oyster Cult put out the live record Extraction, and then Ozzy Osbourne. I'm going to talk about this in just a second, but Ozzy Osbourne put out the Speak of the Devil live record, which had not Randy Rhoads on it, but in fact a guitar player from Night Ranger, Brad Gillis, who I've seen live. Actually, I saw Night Ranger played for free at the Arts Beats and Eats Festival in Royal Oak, and they ripped. Actually, I mean, say what you want. Like,
is he the only one left in the band?
No, they have some of the original guys still.
Was he the singer?
No, he's the guitar player.
Okay, just the guitar player. Okay,
yeah, he might have sang as well, but I think that was Jack Blades or something.
Okay, I know nothing about that band at all.
I'm trying to remember Tommy Shaw from Styx and the Jack Blades. Those are the guys that I think formed Damn Yankees with Nugent.
Yeah.
So, but they put out probably their best record. Not probably, I think for sure their best record called Dawn Patrol, which is actually like a pretty heavy record for that kind of style of music or whatever. Mm-hmm. But Randy Rhoads had died in April of 82, and I'll kind of talk about Ozzy here in just a moment when I'm done with this. But so big live records coming out then. Tigers of Pantang put out The Cage, which actually had some pretty big hits on it. I think they did a cover of Love Potion number 9 that sort of was a crossover hit for them. Speaking of Dio, Dio sang with Ronnie and the Prophets, Love Potion number 9. Magnum, which was more kind of a proggy new album band, put out Chase the Dragon, a band called Fist, Back with Vengeance. Budgie actually kind of made a comeback here with Deliver Us from Evil, where they made a real conscious effort to mimic some of the things that they were hearing from like Priest and some of the new album bands. So it was a much heavier kind of record.
Yeah.
Salem put out a pretty interesting demo. I believe they were a British band. And then Diamond Head's second record, Borrowed Time, came out. Really inconsistent. A couple good songs, but really compared to Lightning for Nations, just not great.
Have they done one that's even stands close to the Lightning for Nations?
Not really. I mean, that one that came out a few years ago was quite good, but it's not Lightning for Nations. Yeah, it's just a fun comeback record. But I did want to, before we introduce our special guest, kind of talk about the year Ozzy sort of had, because we're not playing anything from Ozzy, but even though he only put out a live record, it's a pretty weird year for him. And the excerpt I'm just going to read from comes from Ian Christie's Sound of the Beast, the complete headbanging history of heavy metal, which is a pretty nice overview of a lot of different things. But it said, 2 incidents soon propelled the lovable singer into the national infamy. First, sinking to impress his new label, CBS, Ozzy bit the head off a live dub during a late 1981 meeting with executives. Then in January 1982, he chewed the head off a bat thrown on stage by fans in Des Moines, Iowa. For that indiscretion, Ozzy endured multiple rabies shots in the stomach and took Alice Cooper's throne as the top rock boogeyman. Previously, acid rock had been a playground myth, a gross-out story bragged about behind school cafeterias over furtive cigarettes, unfounded rumors that Cooper drank a bucket of LSD-laced phlegm, or that AC/DC's Angus Young impaled himself on a Gibson SG, set child standards for rock mystique. With his biting antics, Ozzy Osbourne became a willing spokesman for rock star insanity and earned the fierce loyalty of heavy metal misfits. Parents were repelled by Ozzy's reputation, but his music after Black Sabbath was much kinder than his image. Still hoping for peace and unfashionable sentiment in the Reagan-Thatcher era, in Crazy Train, he commiserated heirs of a Cold War. That's what we've become. Young teens trusted Ozzy's knowing voice in songs like Goodbye to Romance and Over the Mountain, and they adored the sweet songwriting and guitar solos of Randy Rhoads, whose trademark design motif was polka dots, not pentagrams. Sadly, the crazy track of Ozzy's career was rerouted to tragedy when gifted 25-year-old Rhoads died in a plane accident during the Dire of a Madman tour in March of '82. While attempting to buzz over the Ozzy tour bus, the pilot lost control and careened into a nearby house. The loss was devastating and especially traumatic to Ozzy's already pummeled psyche. There were few overnight successes. And then it kind of goes on from there. So that's when they get Brad Gillis to sort of come in. So those are really 2 incidents that even before I knew who Ozzy Osbourne was, I knew about the biting the head off a bat, because it was like something that was just, like he said, talked about almost in like
wasn't the 80s when
fashion.
He got the term the Prince of Darkness is out when that came on. So.
Yeah, and I can't remember. I think it's in '83 when he takes Motley Crue out on tour that
the red ant sniffing thing.
Well, there's that, and then he gets banned from Texas for peeing on the Alamo.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
You know, so Ozzy was kind of
he was infamous, but not for his music, but for his actions.
For a lot of that, point. Yeah. And again, when you talk about in the context of we talked about this with Iron Maiden's cover. You know, you're entering this sort of re-rise of sort of conservatism in the aftermath of kind of the free thinking of the 60s and 70s, which was
we had Thatcher and Reagan. So
yeah, so it's the PMRC is going to be on the tracks. A band we're going to be talking about later, Twisted Sister, and their album Under the Blade, that was one of the Filthy 15 because they thought it was about sadomasochism, but it was really about was drummer getting like a surgery or something like that.
Yeah.
So. Yeah. So people.
And Dee Snider's probably the most eloquent person to actually like be in those hearings
for sure.
To testify in those hearings. It's insane.
So
even though he's dressed up with his ripped jeans and his teased up hair and shit.
Exactly. So before we introduce our guest here, one last record that came out from England that I think is fitting because I believe this band was talked about in the first of our Proto-Metal countdowns, and they've shown up at various times, but. Led Zeppelin put out Coda, which of course is like a coda, of course, is like an epilogue. They had by this point broken up after John Bonham's death, and this was sort of the last sort of series of leftover recordings from Led Zeppelin, and it featured one really fantastic song on it, which I don't think was written in '82, obviously, but it was called Wearing and Tearing. I actually was thinking about playing it near the end, but we just kind of ran out of time. And I was like, it kind of doesn't fit into the context of things. But I think, as we're on the cusp of sort of the modern era of metal, like the band that in a lot of ways maybe kind of kickstarted the Doors in '68 and '69 with opening up people to heavy metal along with like Blue Cheer and Jimi Hendrix, they're gone. So all those bands that came from the late '60s are kind of done at this point. So with that, we want to transition over to introducing a good friend of ours named Albert Mudrian, and so we'll pause for a moment to call him in. All right, we'd like to now welcome in our good friend Albert Mudrian from Decibel magazine, Choosing Death author, of a Renaissance man of many talents. So Albert, welcome back. It's been a few years since we have spoken with you. We've done the Napalm Death show. We did a 2-part history of Napalm Death and the Hard and Heavy show. And then we also went out years and years ago when we first started this podcast and
at the Gates reunion show in New York,
visited you at Decibel headquarters and talked about the reunion show and Choosing Death. So welcome back to the podcast.
Oh, it's a pleasure. Thank you guys again for having me, and congratulations on number 200. It's quite a milestone, and I mean, geez, that was 10 years ago.
10 years,
podcast,
10-year anniversary. So
yeah, so it's
and life hasn't really been busy for you the last 10 years, I know. So
you've just been coasting on his laurels for a while,
coasting on that book.
Same as it ever was, right?
So what? Tell the people who maybe aren't familiar with some of the things that you're involved with, especially kind of modern day times, like what you're up to and the different fires you've got going.
Well, yeah, Decibel is moving towards our 15th year, and a couple of years ago, we started the Decibel Metal and Beer Fest, which is something that both of you guys attended. The last one in Philly, I recall.
It was awesome. Yep.
It's part heavy metal festival, part craft brewing festival, and the vast majority of the breweries that participate in the event are all metal themed or have some metal aesthetic or have like an owner or a head brewer who is just like a full on just crazy metalhead. So we've obviously been covering craft beer in the magazine for a decade now.
Sure.
So we've been connecting those dots for a while. So this was an event I always wanted to do because to me it just seemed like, there's so many festivals out there these days, and if you were going to start one, it better be unique. And I honestly, this is one of those things I just couldn't believe nobody had got to it before us. So I was fortunate that we got there.
So popular, you started a East or West Coast one, right?
Yeah, we have our first West Coast one in Los Angeles. Goes down 2 weeks from today, actually. So I'm just like kind of motoring, trying to get the last few, just pulling some little last minute things together for the event, and really looking forward to it. We have like some really special sets out there, like Testament, or play all.
I know.
They're gonna play all of New Order and Gathering, and another thing that I've been literally working on for years is Triptychon performing out there and doing an all Celtic Frost set.
Yeah, that's also pretty badass. Yeah,
it's gonna be great, man. Like Godflesh and Power Trip and Yob and Pig Destroyer, and I mean, the lineup is stacked, I think, regardless. But
did you announce? Am I crazy? Did you announce the one in the spring already? You did, didn't you?
We announced the first round of bands for that one. That'll be in
Death, right?
Obituary.
Yeah. Okay, that's awesome.
Obituary will be performing all of Cause of Death, and Slade will be performing all of Frost.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah.
We have Death Heaven, Baroness, Exhorter, Deceased.
Exhorter's a kind of nice get.
Right?
I feel like they're enjoying like a rebirth zeitgeist moment right now.
It is, and it'll be their first Philly show in 27 years for anybody who missed them 27 years ago. A chance.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of people did.
Yeah, right? I'm sure virtually everyone will be in attendance.
Yeah, I was going to say.
So we have that, and we still have another round of bands and another round of breweries to announce for that. And then earlier this week, we just announced the 8th annual Decibel Magazine tour, which will feature the first time ever in the U.S. co-headlining appearances from Morbid Angel and Cannibal Corpse together. 30 years they've both been around together, and this has never happened, so I'm pretty psyched about that.
Yeah, that is wild. That's awesome.
Yeah, it's going to roll a Necrot, and Blood Incantation are on the bill, and then for some dates at the end after Cannibal has to drop off, Immolation are coming on to replace them, so it's going to be
pretty good substitution.
Yeah, no doubt.
I feel like death metal, we kind of have this one. We kind of have this one in the sweet spot. So so that'll be in February. That's literally in between the Los Angeles Metal and Beer Fest and the April Philadelphia Metal and Beer
Philadelphia
Fest.
one, yeah.
So yeah, and then in my spare time, I make a fucking magazine. So
and you're married and have a kid and all this other stuff. And we should be remiss in saying that you have a lot of family. It's your wife's birthday today, and is there something going on with your?
It's my wife's birthday today.
Do you have a party that you have to go to later? Something.
My daughter's best friend's birthday party we have to go to. My son is shout out to Elsa's best friend Zoe.
Yep, Invisible Oranges and Devil Horns for sure.
My son is napping upstairs right now, so we have about 45 minutes before he wakes up.
Before chaos ensues. Yeah.
So, this is the window, gentlemen.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Well, if you ever need, I know you're probably not at a loss for breweries and stuff like that, but I think I've told you before that Mark does illustration work, and then I'm pretty good friends because I taught the kid with it's a cider brewery up here, kind of where we live, Blake's. They did a cool line of Black Phillip from the Witch movie. That was kind of the design, was like the goat head on the front and stuff that. So,
dude, I've been looking. This is unannounced, so big scoop here for you.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah. Not really.
Won't be out for 2 weeks.
So. Yeah, it'll be a couple weeks. So yeah.
All right, and everybody knows. We're gonna have a meadery there in Philly this year. And they're going to be doing an enslaved mead, so you can drink your enslaved mead while enslaved plays.
Watching Frost, yeah, that's fantastic.
And so I wanted to diversify things a little bit, have that, and I've been dying to find an awesome metal cidery or cider.
I mean, they don't do all their stuff that way, but I think if you wanted to start talking to them about like a year from now, or I mean, maybe they could get something going for April. But if it's too late, you already got things locked up.
No, that's like I have not filled the cider slot. So.
I can definitely, Mark and I can put you in touch with him. And I've actually done. He brought me on to do a podcast that he had started for. They were talking about breweries and stuff in the country, and they brought me on because they had a bunch of metal themed beers that they wanted to drink with me and have me talk. So it was like an obituary beer, a Macedon beer, and a few others, corrosion conformity one.
Then you talk about what World War II for
I think we talked it was just like random conversations on like politics and history and stuff like that. But those guys would be way into it. I think if you were interested, I could get you their contact information. So I know he has some presence out in Philly, because when we visited Chris, we actually went to a restaurant near where Chris was living.
Did some stuff on tap, yeah.
Yeah, and they had Blake stuff on tap. Yeah,
that's awesome. Yeah, dude. Because maybe he's got like some East Coast rep.
I think he does. Yeah, something.
They have distribution out there now.
Yep. So, but I'll definitely off brand or whatever. I'll email you his info and tell him to kind of look for, because that'd be sweet. And then maybe I can convince him to send me and Mark out there as the pourers.
Work for him,
yeah, exactly. So
you guys can pour for
consulting fee.
Yeah, exactly. Instead of enjoying the bands, we could just pour beer to a bunch of drunk people.
Great, yeah.
Actually, I'm rescinding this. I don't know I don't know how interested I am in that. So we brought you on. Obviously, we're talking about 1982. So feel free to riff off of that in any sort of capacity. But one of the albums that we thought we wanted to really talk to you about, because of your background in the history of extreme metal, is Venom's Black Metal, which is kind of an important record, I think. And
a little bit.
In fact, the audio clip that we just played before we brought you on was a good friend of the podcast and a guy that I've leaned on for a lot of research, and it was Martin Popoff. And he talked about, from a perspective of the impact on the future of extreme metal, he could see why that record in 1982 was so important for like the long-term history of kind of heavy metal. But I guess I'll kind of pass the mic over to you with your experiences in talking to lots of bands for Choosing Death and things like that. But kind of tell people why that record in particular is so important. And, the song we're going to play is Countess Bathory. And, I'll kind of pass the mic to you and let you go.
I mean, that's great that you got Martin to speak on that, because as an older gentleman, he was actually around when that record came out. I mean, we were, at least I know Mark and I were alive in 1982.
I was 4. Yeah.
So
I was 4 and you guys were what, 7 or 8 or something.
Right. Yeah. So, I was just, like I hadn't even Def Leppard Pyromania hadn't even been released yet, so my world had not been changed.
Yeah.
I was basically Kiss. I was aware
Yeah.
of Kiss's image, but not their music.
Yeah.
Right.
I might remember Duran Duran at this point, but I barely, I think we were talking earlier, my MTV awareness, I think begins like 83, 84, I think.
Right.
So.
So my Venom awareness doesn't really even begin until I'd say probably about 90, 91. And for me, it's one of those things like at the time I was just, 15, 16 years old. And as I was, moving past the thrash of the era, the more mainstream thrash of the era and into kind of the death metal underground, and then, not long after that, the doom metal and black metal that followed it. It was, so many bands talking about the influence, so many bands that I was really starting to get into, whether it was like, Obituary or Emperor or whatever the mix was and whatever the timeline is at that time. They were all talking about the influence of Venom. So, as a fan, the first thing you do is you go back and check it out. And I remember kind of checking it out with the ears of somebody who was not tuned into the context and perspective of the time, and it wasn't happening for me. I was like, oh, well, I just thought to myself, man, I could have been into this when this was out, but man, I'm like past this scene.
That was my feelings on Welcome to Hell the first time I heard it. I was like, really? Like it didn't sound that heavy. Like it was just kind of rough recording.
Is awful in comparison.
Yeah.
And it just seems like all the imagery seems a little kind of quaint compared to when you see like Dark Throne and Mayhem and that kind of stuff. But
yeah,
but I think I think it really is just, it's all about context, because for people who came up when that record was released, that is so much more extreme than anything and everything that had come before it, and just like a complete game changer in terms of lyrics, in terms of vocal style, in terms of this punky presentation of the performances. It wasn't virtuosos, obviously. So like that, like it's interesting. It's like I can imagine what that impact was like, and then I know what, for me, the first time I heard it based on that context, and then as I got older and revisited it, and no longer, I'm talking about older, maybe like probably like 97-ish, 98 or something is when I actually went back to it, and just I was able to not only appreciate it from more of like kind of a rock perspective, but just not worrying so much about it being tethered to some sort of subgenre that it needed to be associated with. Because when I listen to Venom now, I don't think of it in terms of black metal or extreme metal or anything. I just think of it as heavy metal.
Yeah.
And
it's a Nawabum record.
And when I hear it, it's just like, it's so fantastic and so great. And it's like, and I think that's really, that's kind of a hallmark of a classic album that is a real classic album, not something that necessarily like a classic album to you, Jason, or to you, Mark, or to myself based on nostalgia or context, but something that is able to kind of transcend genre, be able to transcend subgenre and the time, the eras associated with it. And
for as strong as I want something like Skydancer to be like break beyond like the Swedish death metal scene, like it's an important record that I get nostalgic for, but I get that the majority of the world metal public doesn't really care about Skydancer the way like I do, for instance,
Right.
But black metal, like you said, bleeds through into really like rock aesthetic and rock history, metal history.
In 96, 97, that's when Venom came back together and did that Cast in Stone record, which I saw them play. It's a good record, and I saw them play live at Milwaukee Metal Fest.
That's actually, that's kind of, do you know that story of the 97 Milwaukee Metal Fest, that's like the nexus point for Mark and I. Like that's like, we knew Chris, and Chris worked at the record store, and I knew of Mark because of Requiem, but I had never really met Mark. And then Chris is like, we're going to this thing, and I just graduated high school, we're going to Milwaukee, and Mark pulls up in his little Toyota, and he drove us there, and that was like my first like hanging out with Mark ever was there. And we went to Danny from Cradle of Filth's birthday party, and we were back there eating birthday cake with like Kronos and shit. And like as a high school kid,
Peter
like
Tatgren from Acacia
it was
there,
Peter Tatgren, Danny Lochner. Danny Lochner's everywhere. He's pouring beer, in every. I mean, you know that. So he just shows up at everything. He's at I don't even think SOD played. That's why he was there.
Yeah,
I think. Yeah. So, but anyways, that was cool. So like, I think of Venom in a nostalgic way with Cast and Stone and all that, because that's like really the first time Mark and I like hung out and got to know each other and stuff. So kind of a funny memory, but that's funny because that's the first time that I really started to care about Venom too, was after seeing them like in preparation. I was like, oh, I should probably know a little bit more about Venom. My first real Venom experience, and we talked about it in the 1981 show, was hearing Rob Flynn and Slayer play Witching Hour on that Divine Intervention tour. It was like a special CD that was released that they played on the metal radio show in Mount Pleasant, where Mark and I and Chris came from. And I remember hearing that and be like, this is a badass song. What is this? And they're like, oh, it's a cover from Venom, Witching Hour. I was like, huh, maybe I should care about Venom now. Like I love this song, so I need to kind of go back and figure out.
Those are such important gateways, and it's funny because it's like I completely understand and get it. Like as an example, the first Celtic Frost song I ever heard was Obituary's cover of Circle of the Tyrants.
Yeah, that was probably for me as well. Yeah,
and that was just like, oh, I need to hear this.
Yeah,
and people. It's for older folks who might be listening. I assume no young people are listening to this at all.
I was gonna say, I think we skew to the older metal audience a little bit. I don't know. I mean, young kids really get into Cloven, Hoof, and MSG. So
I think that it's way more important than people realize. That like not everybody has the cool older brother that can slip them a copy of To Megatherion.
Mm-hmm.
Like, especially at that time, when, obviously pre-internet days,
YouTube,
pre-mainstream magazines covering that kind of stuff day. I mean, the whole thing. So like, that stuff is super important. So that Venom gateway to you and the Obituary gateway to me, and I'm assuming that had an impact on Mark too.
Yeah. And the Geiger artwork as well was one of my, I heard Celtic Frost years before, but I didn't like it because I didn't understand.
Yeah.
And I was like, Obituary's playing it. Well, I should probably check this out again.
And just staring at that cover, being like an art guy, for sure.
But yeah, I mean, to bring it all back to black metal, I do think that is the way to go and appreciate this record, not as a black metal record, not as anything that is, not even something that has influenced black metal, because honestly, like the influence like that the Norwegians got from black metal, Christ, they missed the point on the vast majority of it.
Yeah.
Like they just like there's a part of Dial Patterson's black metal book where he interviews Kronos, and Kronos had a real memorable quote where he was talking about like Dial asked him about the Venom's influence on like kind of the Norwegian black metal scene in of the early 90s, the whole second wave of black metal. And he was like, I thought that stuff was great. And I thought those kids were like extremely passionate and like, really making their own sound. He's like, but honestly, and while it's flattering that they chose to call it black metal, they should have really called it something else because they did their own thing. Their thing was different than what we did. They broke new ground, and they honestly did themselves a disservice by calling the style that. And I think I think he actually has like a pretty good point there. And I think in some ways it's just like, at least at the time, it kind of messed up my context for that band and that record. But again, as I got older and wasn't so worried about how does this fit into what I think I'm into, it's just this indelible classic now.
Well, I know, like, I remember in doing some research for this, coming across some kind of thoughts from Kronos and stuff, that the whole thing is that a lot of what they were calling heavy metal in like 1980, 81 or whatever, like they kind of were like, we're not doing that and we're not doing this. So maybe we're not heavy metal. And that was almost kind of the impetus for him to kind of like kind of humorously referred to it as like black metal, you know, and people like, and he said, we're like death, we're like black, you know, he threw out all these like different genre titles. And I don't know if he's just kind of like retroactively like recreating history with a quote like that. But
also they were like hugely popular with like when me and Albert were kids, that was a totally like divisive, like we used to get chased around by punk guys that wanted to light our hair on fire. But they liked Slayer and they liked Motorhead and they liked Venom. And even if you look at the Touch and Go collected thing that the Bazillion Points put out, it has a glowing Venom review inside there.
On Venom and stuff. Yeah, that's interesting.
It's interesting how certain things are like, it's so ridiculous and over the top, but sounds right, so they can kind of like cross.
Well, I think that raw energy of the recording and the riffs and stuff like that, it wasn't that sort of clean, polished kind of metal riffs.
But they look like
people,
Manowar.
People
covered in leather. So.
Yeah, that's true. That was definitely an aesthetic. I mean, would you say that like like when you talk about Countess Bathory and stuff like that, the guitar tone on that, you know, it has like a tone that you can kind of start to hear a few years later with like Bathory and Hellhammer and some of that kind of stuff. Even like Exodus and Slayer and Dark Angel, the way that they kind of have like a rougher kind of tone. I mean, do you see that as like a direct correlation, or do you think that's like just kind of a happy accident? I mean,
I think you could argue it was all kind of going that way anyway. But honestly, if you want to, it isn't even so much the guitar work or the guitar tone. I think when I really sit down and try to isolate Venom's influence on extreme music, it's more the lyrics and Kronos' vocals. You know, I mean, like those guitars. Yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, Mantis has his own style and had his own tone that was still distinct from other heavy metal bands at the time, but it wasn't insanely different. You know, they weren't playing super fast. They weren't, you know, it was still pretty recognizable as heavy metal, but like, you know, lyrically how dark and extreme Kronos went on his non-teacher's pet tracks.
That's one of my favorites.
Yeah.
Teacher's pet, teacher's wet.
Yeah. But I mean,
I feel as a teacher, I shouldn't comment on this.
Who the hell knew? Did anybody know who Countess Bathory was until, you know, they heard the Venom?
I actually just wrote that down. That was one of my notes. I said, "Is this the first Elizabeth Bathory sighting in like metal history?"
I think me and Chris, like, we got the first Bathory record pretty early on, but
that's 84.
Well, no, we didn't get that early on. But as far as our career, we probably got it in like 90 or something, 89, 90. But we would look up the library at school would have this occult library section. That was just like the encyclopedia of the occult, where you could look up Crowley and everything else. That's where we found out what Elizabeth Bathory was.
Yeah.
But we would take all those pieces out and photocopy these woodcuts to put in the zine. Otherwise, we would not have any idea what any of that stuff was.
And I mean, I think that's a big touchstone, right? To write about subject matter like something like, you know, that's why I picked Countess Bathory almost, because it's like such a odd topic to kind of be talking about.
I agree, and like she became this figure that has been used and referenced over and over and over again in heavy metal and extreme metal and black metal in particular. I mean, don't tell me that the Tormentor Elizabeth Bathory song wasn't like directly influenced by this. And I mean, obviously, you know, don't even like
Filth
doing a full album, and, you know, like there's endless examples you could cite, but it is it's kind of interesting.
Sure. Now, do you so the impetus for our countdown, I don't know if you have a thought on this, was obviously looking at all of the years leading up to 1983, 83 kind of being, from our perspective, and we might be wrong, kind of the
extreme metal leaning.
It leans a little extreme too, obviously. But, you know, 83 is like, you know, the debut of a lot of the mainstream thrash, the mainstream MTV hair metal. It's kind of put metal in a mainstream kind of way, or at least predicted what the next several decades were going to be. That 82, if you had to go all the years prior to that, was probably the year that had the most impact directly on the history of metal. I mean, that was kind of why this is episode 200. It's our number one year in Proto-Metal, blah, 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 you know, Iron Maiden, Judas Priest, Venom, Discharge, etc., etc. Do you have a thought on that, or do you think we were near the target, you think? Or?
I think you're near. I mean, honestly, I think you could argue it's anywhere from 80 to 82. Like anything, pretty much any, like that cluster of years is really what's kind of...
1980 was our number 2 year, so we're pretty close. So
that makes complete sense to me, because it is like, I mean, the real, you see the real impact in 83, but like, I don't think you don't necessarily need to like even isolate it down to 12 months before that.
Yeah.
That led up to that. I really do think it's like, it's just like, and forgive me for even going here, but it's just like, acting like that the 2016 presidential campaign, like that that everything that happened during that campaign was like the results of the 2016 election occurred.
Exactly.
There was
40 years behind that.
I was going to say,
there were a lot of things building up.
Trump was a symptom of something else that had been building for a long, long time. Yeah,
I tried to get through it without saying his name. Okay,
that's all right.
But like, it is. I do think
it's a metal podcast. We can talk about Voldemort and evil dark shit.
I think it's like, at least I think it's analogous to something like that. So I don't think you necessarily need to.
And obviously calendars are super arbitrary because, I don't know, there's like some records that were put out in November of 81 that probably didn't hit until 82 anyways. But yet we can't, we can't
keep your
necessarily
calendar from
include them.
To have your, what you and your
dad
well,
done?
yeah, I was going to say, yeah, I mean, Albert probably did keep a calendar.
I did.
He was
that's
doing
why
82.
That's why I listed all my boofing.
Yeah, all your boofing and all your parties you were
lift your
hanging
weights
out
with
exactly.
those guys. It's cool.
Yeah. That's why I knew where I could get with Squee. It'd be great.
Squee. And, yep, yeah. That's all fun. It's fun that we all had friends named Squee. It's good. It was a common name back then.
Who hasn't?
But all right, so cool. I was curious what your thoughts were about the, because I think we know when we were putting together this countdown, there was an arbitrary nature to it, obviously, and it was kind of a conceit that we were kind of executing.
Well, I think everybody understands. I think that's part of the reason people like to do these lists. Why Decibel is successful doing lists, because people like to argue about lists.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, well, this is a list through our, vision of what we, kind of our background. And if everybody agrees on it, I think it's no fun. It's no fun.
Sure. And obviously one of the things that was an impetus for me working on the countdown that I talked about when you guys interviewed me for Decibel, the 4,500 song history of heavy metal, was that issue you guys did on the top 100 old school metals albums of all time. Like, that was kind of a shit, like I had this thing, this playlist I had been working on. I was like, you know what, I need to like really devote myself to making this like good, because I'm kind of saddened by the amount of albums that were in that I was missing. So then I opened Pandora's box, and it was like I just went down the YouTube fucking spiral for like years, and I was like, oh geez, and then ended up with, like I said, 4,600 songs in sequential order and shit. And I was like, what the fuck can we do with this, Mark? And that's what kind of like gave us this idea to
Most
do this.
Most people would drink themselves to death, but Jason figured out a way
to
make
I figured out a way of not
so.
turning to drugs or other things to, to calm my mind, so it was like a mantra for me. But
well, props to you for even considering taking something like that on, because I mean, I've done a lot of crazy shit, but I wouldn't even touch that.
It's pretty dumb. Yeah. But I'm happy it's done, but it's also like, man, what the hell was I thinking? So, and I know there's some blind spots there. I'm sure people could be like, how come you didn't have this? And that kind of thing. But,
I think that's when you said, there's 4,600 songs here. Could you please shut the fuck up?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I would kind of say.
Why don't you do something?
Why don't you make your own list?
Yes.
Yeah. So the album that you were really excited to talk about is Tank. And, they actually put out 2 records this year, so I don't know if you want to talk about both Filth Hounds and Power of the Hunter, but Filth Hounds is obviously the bigger. Filth Hounds of Hades is the bigger of the 2 records, and you guys recently just inducted that into the Decibel Hall of Fame as well, which is pretty cool. So,
yeah, probably like about a little over a year and a half ago, not too long ago.
Yeah. So what in particular? And you wanted we're going to be playing Blood, Guts, and Beer, but what talk to us about Tank, because that's a band until really like 4 or 5 years ago when I was putting together the countdown, didn't know really much of anything about.
I tell you, the guy who turned me on to Tank, Scott Carlson.
Gotcha.
Scott Carlson could often he could often be seen on stage rocking Tank shirts and as somebody who has taste that I trust to begin with, and has a very wide palette of things, and a guy who I think always wants to like kind of pass things on to a younger generation. Definitely like definitely talked them up to me for a while. Even he also talked Anvil up to me, and that never really worked. But Tank, I listened to him about, and I ended up checking out Filth, Hounds of Hades, and goddamn, I mean, Tank was, especially during that time, they were this sweet spot really between heavy metal and extreme metal. I think maybe even a little bit better than Motorhead, because, and this might sound blasphemous to some people, but I think pound for pound at that time they were better songwriters. And while they were still kind of rooted in hard rock and heavy metal, the songs they just wrote were so anthemic, and you could pretty much take any song from that record and play it like next, and it would still rule. There really just isn't a bad track on that album.
Stormtrooper, Blood Guts. I mean, even the title track is awesome. Yeah, there's a lot of.
Turn your head around. That's what dreams are made of, man. There's just tons of stuff on there. And obviously, I mean, and this is something I only learned about because, again, it's 1982. So, you know, going back retroactively, like, you know, they were often kind of, I don't know. I don't know if people kind of took shots at them because they had such like strong Motorhead comparisons. I mean, Fast Eddie Clarke produced it.
Fast Eddie produced it, yeah.
And, you know, if you really listen to them back to back, sure, there's elements of that, but there's no more Motorhead and Tank than there is like Discharge and Motorhead. You know what I mean? It isn't like it isn't a one for one, and it's only taking the influence and putting their own spin on it at the end of the day. So I just think that's a band that was really kind of sadly overlooked, and just kind of, at least in America and the heavy metal scene here, because it's not a band that I ever heard about growing.
Me neither.
You know, like they weren't like, you know, even if I didn't have like half a dozen Motorhead records in 1990 or half a dozen Discharge albums in 1990, I knew who the fuck they were. I'd heard of them. I knew what they sounded like, but Tank would just be like, what? You know, so like they really were kind of like this slightly hidden gem. And
do you think that has something to do with the whole Canadian, like why we didn't know anything about Anvil either? Was they're released on like Attic Records, like these Canadian small time record deals that didn't have U.S. distribution except for like specialty shops?
I'm sure that didn't help, but you know, there were things. I mean, they were fairly popular, it seemed, in the UK around that time, or in Europe. Like, you know, they were popular enough, you would think, that like one thing could lead to another. But I mean, it is like that scene, I guess, was also in retrospect so vast. There were so many bands. There's so many heavy metal bands from that period that, like, unless you, I guess, were paying really strong attention beyond the obvious ones, it could get swept under the rug, and it just kind of did. And it really, I think that's definitely one of those bands that's benefited from the proliferation of the internet, where people could go back and hear that and get into it. I mean, I know a lot of people. I know our ad sales guy, James, who had never heard Tank before I started playing it, like, absolutely like loves them now and loves that record. And that's just like one of those things that you know, you would have never, I don't think they would have ever really popped back onto many people's radars, because there would have been folks like Scott Carlson. There'd been a Scott Carlson in like every state trying to get some young folks to tune into it, but beyond that, there really wouldn't have been an avenue, you know? Because I don't even know if those, like, I have no idea what the current, with the last label to reissue that record.
It took me, I had to go on Discogs and pay some money to get Filth Hounds, you know, so I mean, it's not exactly something you're going to run into, you know? Yeah.
So it's like, why, like, still, even to this day, like, you would think that that could be built back up, but, you know, it's, I don't know, but that's in the context of today. Back then, it was even kind of harder to put your finger on how it all fit in. But Jesus, it's just like
that cost of entry back then too, where you couldn't, unless your friend had it and you could tape it. Like, okay, I've got to spend whatever it was, $19 on an import. Like, are you going to go for something you're not sure about, or are you going to go for a sure thing and get, this import of, Altars of Madness?
Right.
That's kind of where we were at. It was like, God, it's $20, and that's like a day and a half at Burger King.
Yeah.
Like,
I'm going to be so mad. I'm going to be so mad if that thing sucks, and I'm going to like, because we've all. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, do you think, you guys induct him in the Hall of Fame, and I can't remember. I read the Hall of Fame back when it came out, but where do you see influence today from a band like Tank? Like any bands that are kind of flying that same kind of flag, or do you just think in the context of '82 it was just a much better record than people kind of had remembered, and that's why you guys kind of honored it? Or
I think it's a little bit of both. I mean, I think of a band like Night Demon, like a band who's like kind of a traditional heavy metal band. And I mean, Jarvis from Night Demon, I mean, just as an example, like he manages Satan, the band Satan, and he manages Visigoth and
Sirath Ungol?
Yeah, he manages Sirath Ungol too. Like those things.
He plays bass for him too, yeah.
So like it's just like, to me it's like some, like with what he's doing and the music he's been able to make with Night Demon, I feel like there's that kind of the lineage. It goes back to a lot of things, obviously, but Tank is one of them too. Sure. And while there aren't a ton of those bands out there now, doing what like say Night Demon's doing, I mean, there's enough of them that one of them signed to Century Media and is actually going to be playing our pre-fest in Los Angeles the day before Metal and Beer Fest out there. So it's definitely has. It's had some kind of impact, not as big as you would want or hope it could, but still something.
Sure, for sure.
Well, in 15 years into doing, I guess you didn't do Hall of Fames. Was that the first year you started, or for like issue 4?
Issue 2.
Issue 2. Yeah,
okay.
Rain and Blood, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because after a while you got to figure maybe more of a narrow influence focus on some of these bands too, for sure. But they can't all be gothics and paths.
There's always gonna be, and that's like part of doing this countdown is kind of find some of those bands that like should have been bigger than maybe what they were and trying to expose them a little bit. And that's been kind of fun from my standpoint. And that's kind of what I feel like with Tank. They're like one of those perfect bands that like everybody should know this, especially if you're a Motorhead fan or you like kind of harder Nawabum type stuff. Like this is it,
Yeah, so, you can't go wrong.
So any thoughts on either Iron Fist or Motorhead or the second Tank? I mean, I don't know. I'm not as familiar with Power of the Hunter as much as Filth, Hounds. I don't know if it's just kind of more of the same for you. It's just like a fun record, or any kind of differentiation between the two. Or
I mean, let's put it this way: it isn't exactly Welcome to Hell black metal splitting the child there. It's like. It's not a Sophie's Choice or anything.
Exactly. Filth Hounds is definitely the one.
Filth Hounds is the one, but it's still super solid. I would say it's more probably like black metal to At War with Satan. That kind of
that would make sense. Yeah. Well, and then Fast Eddie went on and produced actually Iron Fist. That was the first Motorhead record he did right before he left the band after completing Tank and stuff like that. So there's almost like a weird correlation a little bit between those kind of two records. I don't know. I mean, Iron Fist seems like it's like the overlooked record of that sort of Motorhead era.
It is. It's the one that kind of like people. The focus is obviously on Ace of Spades and Orgasmatron. And
I was just saying, then people skip ahead to '86 with Orgasmatron. And kind of forget that
there's a whole
82,
period,
83, 84 kind of era.
Bombers, yeah. I mean, that's the thing though. It's like there's also they were cranking out so much material. And it wasn't what you would call highly varied material.
It's not diverse. Yeah.
Which is fine. But I think it's just kind of it's almost like that. Those records are in between are for all Motorhead fans. And it's just just kind of Motorhead fans, just pick your favorite of those and pick your favorite songs. And they're not going to be albums that are super impactful in the grand scheme of things, but they're going to be just, good albums.
Sure.
And I mean,
it's not the whole thing.
Yeah. And you could do that with so many bands these days that have had even extreme metal bands that have had like 14, 15 album careers, whether it's like, Napalm Death or Cannibal Corpse or Paradise Lost or whatever, like, there's points in the discography where there isn't a lot of evolution. They kind of hit their stride for like a 3-4 album period. And, or in the case of AC/DC, like a career period, where it's all. But I think with Motorhead, like I do think that they do open it up. I mean, geez, there's a period where they're even a quartet, so it's like, this is definitely in that like kind of more of the same spot. So I think that's part of the reason it gets maybe a little bit lost to history there.
Sure.
But you're gonna play "Go to Hell," right?
Go to Hell. Yep.
Much better than the Megadeth song of the same title.
Yes. Agreed, indeed.
Though it did not appear on Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure soundtrack.
Yeah.
We will still take. That's what it was on, right?
I think so. I think you're right. Yeah, I'm trying to remember. Megadeth was on a bunch of weird soundtracks there, and Shocker soundtrack. They had a song.
Oh, but the cover of No More Mr. Nice Guy. That was.
Yeah.
Oof, yeah.
Oh yeah.
At
Megadeth
point,
was always bad at covers.
Putting my head down and getting into more extreme stuff.
Yeah, that was a good time to do that.
The only soundtrack song I think I like from Megadeth is the song from Demon Knight, Diadems. It's like a very much 90s Megadeth, like their more commercial stuff, but there's something kind of like, I don't know. I don't know if you're familiar. That soundtrack was like weird because that Helmet and the Melvins and like it was just like a really like one of those early 90s soundtracks like The Crow where like
right, wasn't there
it was
like
just
a
good. Yeah, I was like, oh, why did they get all these bands? It didn't make any sense, but yet like as a a ninth grader, I was like, oh, this is fucking
it's a good
sweet,
entry point for a lot of stuff. Yeah.
So yeah,
you were the target market. Honestly, you were the
I was that. Yeah, I know that. And so being younger than Mark and Chris and you, like I know that. Like I've
never felt like the target market for anything.
You probably were at some point.
Maybe like G.I. Joe when I was a kid or something.
Injustice I think Injustice for All. You were like the target market for like
Probably.
88 Metallica.
That was the first Metallica.
You're the target market. You're the target market for Decibel and all the stuff we.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, we're old people that like metal. That's like Decibel. And then I know you got to go here in a moment, but I was just curious. Just the two other songs we're going to play in this list, or two other bands. Just I know you wrote a little bit about them, but any sort of closing thoughts, like the influence, like a band like Discharge, or even like The Cure. We're going to play something off Pornography. Those are kind of bands that aren't necessarily metal, but like where their resonance sort of fits in terms of long-term influence on the future of heavy metal and stuff. Or
I mean, Discharge is easy enough in that I think everybody who has heard early Napalm Death can see the influence that they had on
hear nothing, see nothing, say nothing. Yep.
Yeah, I can hear. Like that's pretty obvious. And I mean, there's just any thrash band, honestly, is going to take some Discharge influence, whether they know it or not.
Well, even the Stockholm scene, the D beat.
Yeah.
So
I mean, it's like the D beat comes from Discharge beat. It's like I don't know how much more you can say about it. Like their influence should be pretty obvious to anybody. The Cure's, on the other hand, I think is probably a little bit more for folks who are of an interest in certain subgenres. I mean, obviously, I think they had an impact on kind of the doom metal scene and maybe the gothic metal scene of the early.
The Peaceful 3, I think you could say. Yeah. You
can definitely. I mean, you can just listen to the opening riff and main riff is "Sleepless" from Anathema. Mm-hmm. I mean, obviously, Catatonia just
bathes in the Cure. Yeah.
That, I mean, they ape the intro riff to 100 Years for I can't remember the name of it now. It's the second song on Discouraged Ones. Like they lift it note for fucking note.
Yeah.
So I mean that's obvious. And now I think with this proliferation of kind of post-punk and that's kind of infiltrated the metal scene and the extreme metal scene now. Like these bands. Whether it's like Grave Pleasures or Publicist UK or whatever like that, there's definitely more of a really super obvious influence going forward than there was than there was even 5 or 10 years ago.
For sure.
So I think it's interesting. It's like no one's trying to metal up the Cure now like they kind of were in the 90s. Now it's just like, no, we're just going to do it fucking Cure style now.
Like Drab Majesty and some of those kind of bands too. Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. So.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, Def Heaven have elements, but their whole thing is an amalgamation anyway, so they would be more like the Catatonias of the era. But yeah, there is more of a straightforward presentation now of Cure influence, which is pretty interesting because it was probably like around 96, 97 that I got really into the Cure. That's the time. Yeah. So I mean, that's like, although I gotta admit, I haven't heard the new records, so I can't tell you what
I haven't really. Yeah, I'm more like a fan up through like the kind of early 90s, and then I kind of trail off from there. Yeah, so I'm not a good fan then, apparently. So I didn't stick with them.
It's fine.
But it's even like Depeche Mode. Like, I like Depeche Mode, and people I know have said like newer Depeche Mode is actually quite good. And I was like, oh, I just haven't gotten around to having the time to sort of explore some of the newer kind of stuff from bands like that.
I mean, it's possible. I can imagine that being good. Unlike, say, like trying to imagine like Smashing Pumpkins writing a good album.
yeah, in 2018. Yeah, exactly.
That I can't imagine.
But I think it was interesting too. There was almost like a zeitgeist moment again with the Cure in terms of metal when like Tribulation did that amazing cover of 100 Years, and you're like, oh, okay, like it gets you thinking like that they fit into more puzzle pieces maybe than what people sometimes give them credit. Whereas like you said, Discharge, it's really easy to see where they fit in, and sometimes people I think look at the Cure and maybe dismiss it because they are only familiar maybe with the radio songs or something. Right. But you listen to Pornography and it's like it's heavy than a lot of things.
And guitar tone alone, even if it's not thematic things that people are lifting, just like that clingy guitar, flangers and echoes, like all the stuff that Greg McIntosh would go on and use. And
for sure,
just like you can make a really eerie riff with this, like what could seem really gothy and
bands like Joy Division and this, the Cure kind of formulated what became parts of shoegaze, and then like you said, parts of doom metal and stuff like that. So
that's the thing. Again, it's like that all that stuff from the 90s was people taking on a part of the Cure and trying to incorporate it into what they were doing, whereas now it really just is like, hey, we're just kind of styled playing music like the Cure, and somehow this still fits into the metal scene.
I'm not sure quite how sometimes, but
I don't know. Sometimes it's just the label or the publicist, it seems, but it's interesting. But I would say that's like the Cure's influence is probably a bit more unique than the influence of a lot of the other bands on this. Sure. And I apologize for that constant dinging. I've just been unable to turn off my...
No, you're fine.
You're very important. We understand. Thank you.
Yeah, you're a busy man.
Emails that are coming.
You have birthday parties to attend very soon. So
I have them turned off. I mean, I have the browser is closed, so I can't see it, but I can't turn off the fucking ding. So
that's hilarious.
We know technology is not your strong suit, so we appreciate you that you're even on Skype.
Yes,
right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You know how long it took me to reinstall this.
Oh, you should have seen us doing tests because this is the first time we've done Skyping with our brand new microphones.
The last time I logged in was 2013.
Yeah, so we had to update some things. We actually had to have some of my teacher friends like guest call in so we could like get some recordings down and stuff like that.
You guys sound fantastic, by the way.
Do we?
That.
Okay,
that sounds really good. So hopefully I'm not complete garbage coming through.
Yeah.
No, it sounds good.
That sounds awesome. So, but I know you've got to go, Albert. So we do appreciate you calling in and being a part of this, because you have been a part of, I think, Decibel and choosing. I don't think this podcast, I can speak for myself, and Mark could maybe disagree, but I don't think we would be doing this podcast without Decibel and without Choosing Death, because I think what you guys did with the Hall of Fames and some of that, it's the spirit of what this countdown and what our podcast is, which is contextualization and history. And that was something Mark and I growing up, and I'm sure you felt the same way, which is why you wrote Choosing Death. Like it lacked that. You couldn't find that anywhere, or rarely. And so to have created that kind of web and network that I think has led to other authors doing that, like I think you're a big part of what we've been able to do through the years, and an inspiration to kind of contextualize things and put things in perspective.
Reinvigorate our interests and stuff, and like expanding more than just like listening to the same records we always did. So.
I mean, I feel like Decibel, when Mark showed me that, I was like, oh, this is a magazine that was like designed for me, like in a weird way. I was like, oh, okay, I did not know that. Maniacs I'd kind of like intermittently like reading at that point, but I think it was a big zeitgeist moment for me to be able to do what we do. So
that is super flattering, gentlemen. Thank you. That's awesome.
Yeah. I mean, and that's why we've always welcomed whenever, I know you're busy, but whenever you've had interest in joining us and doing stuff with us, we're always up for it. So you've got a vast amount of knowledge, which is awesome. So. But have fun at your birthday party and have fun out in L.A.
Oh my God! Yeah, I don't know. I know there's going to be a trampoline at the birthday party. I don't believe there's going to be one in Los Angeles.
You'll feel like it. It'll be so fun.
We'll see how the weekend goes in LA.
Yeah, for sure. But again, greatly appreciate it, and hopefully we run into you probably in April, I imagine. So that'd be cool.
Maybe when you see the rest of the lineup, you'll come on out.
Yeah, indeed.
But again, gentlemen, congratulations on 200 episodes. Is awesome, and thank you again for having me.
Awesome. Thanks, Albert. Appreciate it. Yep.
All right, dudes.
Take care.
All right, see ya.
All right, bye.
So that was very cool of Albert to be able to join us for that. The first of some of our special guests.
Forsake his family for a couple hours.
Yeah,
or
no
for
doubt.
45 minutes or whatever.
No doubt.
Yeah.
And if some of you are Patreons out there, we might throw the conversation we were having with Albert prior to recording up.
15 minutes up. I don't know how interesting it is to people.
It was kind of fun. We were bullshitting about some things. So, little inner kind of look inside the I don't know, behind the curtains of the wizard. See how the sausage is made, right?
Yeah.
So we kind of were jumping a little bit through some of this Talkset that we're going to be doing. Obviously, we're going to be playing Venom's Black Metal and Tank's Blood, Guts, and Beer, and then Motorhead's Go to Hell. But a band that we didn't really talk about because I didn't really know what context Albert had is kind of a fun one. There's sort of another one of those weird anomaly, no album kind of bands that I didn't really know much about beforehand. But they're a band called More. And they had a record called Blood and Thunder. We're going to play a song called Nightmare, which is pretty cool. And it's a pretty relentless record. It's really a record. They had just lost their vocalist at the time. So I think they, instead of, they had a new guy singing, or maybe one of the guitar players kind of stepped up. And they really centered the whole record kind of around the guitar skills of Kenny Cox, who was this sort of really great kind of shredding guitar player. And one thing that's really interesting, and I don't know what your thoughts on this, but they were a 3-piece no album band, which was pretty rare. Raven, I think, might have been a 3-piece at times
too. Yeah.
And so what it means is you kind of have the guitar style is a lead guitar style. It's not a rhythm guitar style.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So like it takes on a different texture when you have a guy kind of doing that. Is almost like
well, it changes the no album mold because that's like twin harmonies, like galloping and
exactly. And so that's something to listen for as you hear that More song, the Nightmare, is just listen to kind of what the guitar stuff is sort of doing. It's kind of a little bit more in the camp of what kind of Kiss and AC/DC sort of had in terms of like the core of it. It's not as twin lead European sort of sounding. It has a little bit more roots in kind of the American or even like garagey kind of sound, like I think a Blue Cheer is like a Power Trio or Cream or Hendrix. It's got some of those kind of
early Motorhead. Yeah,
Motorhead kind of roots and stuff like that.
Well, I guess was it Paul Day was an early Maiden vocalist as well, who was on their first album, I think.
I think he's the guy that quit right before they recorded this. So
and then Mike Stratton is on this one, I think.
Yeah,
okay.
That's
which reminded me a lot of Quorthon, like Under the Runes, Hammerheart. A lot on Ice, kind of like vocally.
Yeah, for sure.
A lot, like that's all I could think of when I was listening to this. I only listened to this one song. I didn't listen to the whole album.
Kind of buried a little bit.
Yeah.
I
was like, wow, that really, it sounds like Quorthon's solo stuff for Bathory.
Yeah, that's kind of an interesting observation. And then, of course, we danced around it a little bit. Albert kind of mentioned it, but Discharge, Hear Nothing, See Nothing, Say Nothing. Their masterpiece. We've played Discharge. I think we played something in the 81 show from the Y.E.P.
Yeah.
But this is kind of the album. And I looked around at other songs, and it's sort of like when I talked to Wagner, Jeff Wagner, who we probably will be joined from later in the episode, or at least in part 2, if this is probably obviously going to be turned into a multi-part episode.
Possibly 3 parts.
Yeah, possibly 3 parts. But he said, man, I was really struggling to find something cool off, something obscure off of Screaming for Vengeance. But when it came down to it, I just wanted to play the Hellion. And like sometimes like that. And so Protest and Survive, everybody knows that song. It's been covered by a lot of different bands. First time I heard it was on Anthrax's Attack of the Killer Bees, I think.
Okay.
That was the first place I heard it. In middle school, we got a hold of that on cassette tape. We thought like Starting Up a Posse was like the coolest song in the world because they just swore a whole bunch and shit.
When I had some like through like skateboarding as a kid, I was an awful skateboarder. Chris was much better, but we had a lot of crossover between friends, friend groups. So there's people that were like super into, Susie and the Banshees and that type of shit, and crust punk, and that's where I first heard Discharge.
Yeah.
And like Crass and a lot of that stuff.
They're coming out of the anarcho-punk kind of thing for sure.
Yeah. Conflict and bands like that.
Yeah, which we'll talk about some of those bands a little bit later when we get to that kind of set of
music. But this Protest and Survive is, if you're a death metal fan and you've never heard Discharge and you hear this, you're like,
this is it.
This is the blueprint for Bolt Thrower in Battle There Is No Law.
It's Repulsion.
Yeah.
A little bit too. I mean, it's like it's a
punk,
lot of
it's punk with palm muting.
Yeah.
Like we didn't really get that a whole lot before.
And you'll hear that in, Ride the Lightning and Kill 'Em All and some of,
and that's my like thing
Exodus
for
like
thrash metal. My ultimate thing for that, like New Album it wasn't as focused as what's the criteria to describe what this stuff is. There's like, like twin harmonies, there's like galloping, there's like, it's fast.
DIY a little bit.
But thrash had palm muting, like this, like nothing was heavier than that up until that point.
Oh, for sure.
And still, I don't think anything's made it. Like that's the simplest version. Like Celtic Frost did that riff. Diamond Head did the Am I Able riff. Like that's quintessential, like heavy metal right there.
For sure.
Like that palm muting thing.
Yeah. And I think you definitely
get that in Discharge. One of the few, some punk bands did it, but they did it to where it was like, this is fucking amazing. Like, this is great.
Yeah. And as Albert said, this invents the D beat. We've talked so much about the D beat, especially because we used to get accused in the early years of being like a Swedish metal show. The Swedish metal scene, the Stockholm scene is centered around the D beat in a lot of ways.
There was a resurgence in that whole D beat stuff right before, like when these kids were teenagers.
Yeah. They
started playing that shit. And then boom, like we're going to make something different out of it. And that's fucking Swedish death metal.
Absolutely.
That's a 50% of Swedish death metal is like based off that.
And this is a quote from Gary Holt on Discharge. It's pretty cool. Gary Holt from, of course, Exodus said, well, for Exodus, it was huge. They're talking about the influence of punk. Mainly, we were all huge fans of British hardcore, but there was one band that in particular, and that's Discharge. The Temple, songs like Hell on Earth and fucking shit like that. They were just so scorching, really savage stuff. And you take that and blend over new wave of British heavy metal influences, obviously Judas Priest, stuff like that. And you throw a big spoonful of Discharge and they exploit it and shit like that. That's where we kind of ended up. But Discharge, that's my favorite of all time. That's the one that had the biggest influence on Exodus. We listened to GBH and Exploited and Anti-Nowhere League and UK Subs and Sham 69. And we had early Bay Area punk bands like Fang and, of course, the Dead Kennedys. They were all huge influence on us. But I think one thing the Bay Area doesn't get enough of is a recognition for actually being the first crossover region in America. Not New York. If you look back at some of the old Ruthie's Inn flyers and beyond that, there was constantly metal bands playing with GBH and stuff like that in local shows. And that's where the shows became so violent, was because our circle of friends that we called the Slay Team, half of them were punk rock guys that just kind of gravitated towards us because we had a Sid Vicious-like mentality most of the time. The British punk stuff was a little uglier, I think, and maybe a little more working class. I always liked Black Flag, but there's Southern California, LA kind of punk thing. Some good bands came out of there, but there's something about those Steel Mill City working punk guys just fighting an uphill battle, and the music reflected it. And Exodus, I think, out of all the Bay Area thrash bands, came out of the most disadvantaged upbringing, except for Paul. Paul grew up in Berkeley Hills, but his parents died young, so he had this tragedy follow him, and he was right there with us. It was some working class music, and it was dirty. It was nasty, a little more political than stuff like Black Flag with TV Party and shit like that. I'd rather listen to the Exploited. So
it's fair.
Kind of an interesting little sort of quote from Gary Holt there. And then, when you talk about, you mentioned sort of Bolt Thrower, but I think the other band that was incredibly influenced by it that Albert mentioned, and I'm actually going to steal a quote from his book, Choosing Death, and that's Napalm Death. And, the early Napalm Death guys, it's in the first chapter there, which is Punk is a Rotting Corpse. And I think it's Nick Bolin that's talking about some things. And he says, for Bolin and many others, Discharge was the ultimate crossover act, marrying the passion and intensity of punk with the speed and extremity of heavy metal. There are a lot of, quote, there are a lot of angry people over here, says Discharge guitarist and co-founder Tony Bones Robert. For them, the Sex Pistols and the Clash just didn't cut it. It was the same for us. When we first started, we sounded like the Sex Pistols, but we just started rehearsing more and came up with something different, something heavier and faster. I've talked to a lot of people that were playing in bands that just sounded like the Clash and Sex Pistols at the time, but when they heard us, they started playing more hardcore, like the Discharge stuff. Nobody said to us, you've got to go faster and faster, because there was nobody doing that stuff anyways. There was nobody to copy it and say, we've got to go as fast as this. There was just no competition. So, they were just alone on an island of themselves, kind of doing something that became really revolutionary.
I think that's one of the reasons why I think I wasn't as drawn to, Sex Pistols and, I always fucking forget their name. The Clash.
Clash, yeah.
That stuff didn't really draw it. I wasn't drawn to it because I'd heard stuff that was more extreme.
Okay.
Than that. So like Discharge and GBH and Concrete Socks and Heresy and all that kind of shit is what drew me in as far as punk was concerned, or Negative Approach and Dead Kennedys, like the US hardcore stuff is what kind of really got me more excited than 70s. At that point it seemed kind of throwback.
Yeah for sure.
But now I think Sex Pistols record's great. We talked about it
we did when we did the 77 show.
Yep.
And then one last historical perspective I think on the place of Discharge is it comes from an author named Ian Glasper, and I've read from his book before. He did the book, that big, huge book on the history of Crass and the anarcho-punk scene. Yeah. And so I actually looked at it.
Didn't he write for...
I believe he wrote for Terrorizer.
Terrorizer, I think.
Ian Terry did, but I don't know if Ian Glasper did, so we might be confounding.
I'm pretty sure Glasper wrote for some heavy metal.
Yeah, I think you're right, too. And he's just kind of talking about some different things. And in the middle of that quote, he says you had a band like Dead Kennedys who could run circles around Discharge musically and also lyrically, to be fair, but British bands had a certain sort of bleak intensity about them, which is kind of what Gary Holt was kind of talking about. Yeah. He says, in the UK, I always bring it back to Discharge. That's just the first band I ever heard the term hardcore applied to, just because they were so extreme, intense, and primal. But Discharge themselves were obviously influenced heavily by the bands before them that were getting quicker and quicker, like the Damned. And it became Discharge, Disorder, Chaos UK, those sort of bands in the UK. And then in the States, you had Bad Brains, Circle Jerks, and Black Flag. Mm-hmm. In the UK, you talk about punk influencing thrash. Well, I think thrash probably influenced punk a little bit as well, because I don't think bands like Discharge were unaware of a band like Venom, for example, which is cool that he's bringing Venom into things. Yeah. And certainly a lot of the punk bands, especially when you move a bit further into the 80s, like 84, 85, because I was in bands myself at that time, and we were influenced by Slayer. And you had bands like the English Dogs, who weren't an out-and-out punk band, but getting a second guitarist and using double bass drums and stuff like that.
Those guys are great.
So the pollination worked both ways, is what he's kind of saying, which is cool. He says, but it was uncool to say you like metal, at least for a while. I remember there was a lot of friction between the punk and metal scenes, to the point where metal guys would beat up on guys and punk guys would beat up on guys with long hair. But for some reason, and this gets to the thing you said, Motorhead was always tolerated. Yes. They always seemed to be the band that punks were allowed to like. I don't know why. Even Discharge would wear Motorhead t-shirts and stuff like that. But yeah, there are very specific examples. I mentioned English Dogs, plus GBH went very metallic. The Exploited went very metallic. Discharge did a kind of weird thing. They were already virtually a thrash band. They slowed down. It became a heavy metal band. What's that?
That weird gothy shit they did for a while too.
They became, and their fans deserted them in drones. Yeah. And so, I think there was a great deal of interaction between the two. He says certainly around 84, 85, it was getting kind of cool to be into some of the more obscure thrash metal bands, because I can remember trading tapes with a lot of obscure hardcore bands like Siege, but also some of the more obscure death metal bands like Repulsion, and also bootlegs of Slayer and bands like Death and Possess and Dark Angel. So yes, I would say Discharge are one of the first hardcore bands, certainly in the UK. I mean, they started right around 78, but they didn't really develop their sound until 80. When they started, they sounded more like a traditional punk band with lyrics about, I don't know, dead babies and stuff like that. Just sort of shock factor lyrics. Apparently, they threw big chunks of raw meat around at their gigs and stuff. But by about 1980, they really defined their sound, and they pioneered this whole D-beat scene. I don't know if you're familiar with the Discord scene, but there were like 1,000 bands that began the name with the prefix dis, and they would all play the D-beat sound that Discharge started, like Dispossessed and Dysphere, and it got a bit ridiculous after. And they would all use the same sort of font for their logos to look like Discharges.
Yeah.
So I thought he brought a lot of like kind of cool sort of stuff to the table with that. But you know, we could probably do a whole show on Discharge because of that.
Easily, yeah.
You know?
Even if we're not talking about literally playing the music, but just talking about
their
influence.
Yeah, for sure. We probably should do like a best of the Dis bands. I know we did a Disrupt show, which was pretty fun, but there's Dischange, there's Dysphere.
God, there's so fucking many.
There's a lot of them. So, and then we move on. Dishammer. Yeah. What was the one that Wurzel was in? They weren't a Dis band, but
it was Lee Barrett from Candlelight Records.
Yeah. I have it. I just can't remember what the hell it is. It's on my shelf. Despair? No, that's a doom band. Well, I can't think of
this.
I'll have to find.
We'll figure it out.
So then, last but not least, as Albert kind of was alluding to, is Pornography from The Cure, and you know, a couple of things that Albert didn't mention, and feel free to sort of jump on. You know, you get a song like 100 Years, and it's got lyrics like "It doesn't matter if we all die." You know, like he's like saying stuff like that. And one of the things I read about this is when they were recording this, it was just so much copious amounts of LSD and alcohol consumption were going on within the studio.
The 82. Yeah, that was.
This is their fourth record that they put out.
That was a weird.
That was kind of like the comeback of sort of like psychedelia a little bit.
It came up in a bad way though. It did, like psychedelia originally came in this generally, you know, conceived just positive way,
like a utopian.
But also the whole LSD thing kept going on until I was in high school. Like that was we never had cocaine or anything, like we never had barbiturates or anything like no, like speed was not a thing, but marijuana and LSD was always a thing. Mm-hmm. And LSD seemed to attract the fucking real depressant goth crowd people were. That's the first time I was exposed to it.
Those are the people. Really, LSD is kind of like a acceleration of like your inner inhibitions and things like that. So if you're doing it like depressed, I imagine you have.
Well, it's set and setting is a big thing with that. Like if you do mushrooms and you're in an awful setting, it's going to accelerate it.
Yeah.
And I've had many bad LSD trips around those types of people.
Yeah.
But I don't know why that. I don't know if it's The Cure, if they talked about it. I don't know what it is about that, where that type of like, I didn't know people that were into like jam band bullshit music that ever did LSD. It was always about,
it was some of the more gothy, fucking depressed kind
awful
of people.
Depressed people, like homebody type people that just want to watch,
you
know, fucking Jackie Chan movies and do LSD. It was a weird,
it's a strange,
really weird scene.
Strange scene. Yeah.
So I can see why.
Yeah.
By Smith, but also his lyrics like that, they were saying understandably what death metal people were saying through a growl.
Yeah.
You know, there's not a whole lot of difference.
More of like a wail or a kind of almost like crying kind of nature, you know, pretty wild, you know, and
it was, emo before that awful term became a thing. Like
I think the main themes of like pornography are despair, death, and like loss.
Yeah.
You know, it's just totally dealing with like this mourning kind of thing.
And somehow there became like a weird sexuality around the stuff as well, which I get. As a kid, I didn't really get as much, but now I understand why girls were attracted to it more, because it's people talking about feelings.
It's very emotional.
It's people being honest about how hard things are, and not just being like, I think
there's sort of a dark romantic sort of nature to that. I don't know if you watched any of the Eli Roth horror things that he's been doing, documentary series on AMC.
No, I don't have normal TV.
You could go on AMC.com. They're fucking awesome. They're really good, like really well
Usually
done.
Eli Roth and fucking awesome are not together.
I like Hostel, I guess.
Have you seen the awful cannibal movie?
I have not. No. So, but he seems to be a guy that's like endeared to it, regardless of maybe like some of his execution.
He's a fan for sure.
Yeah. But he's got a lot of cool people on there, like interviewed and stuff. But they're talking about the episode on vampires, and they're talking about kind of sexuality and like just what vampires were able to, like, through the years and through multiple genres and stuff like that, to represent this sort of like
and like Martin
dark,
did with
this sort of dark sensuality and stuff like that. And I think The Cure kind of plays into that kind of like morbidity and dark fantasy kind of aspect. Robert Smith sort of like kind of pioneered like corpse paint a little bit, along with Jazz Coleman from
God, his was almost like, he reminded me of if Leatherface put on just a bad,
for sure,
especially when he got
Leatherface
fat,
put the makeup kind of part on,
just kind of like messing it all around. I was like, oh Jesus.
But this was part of the Gloom trilogy. I was not aware that this is the third of the Gloom trilogy that included like Faith, and I think maybe was it 17. What the heck was the one before? I'm trying to think.
17 Seconds.
Is that their second one? I can't remember.
There's the
Faith was the second one in the trilogy. That was their third record, and
Okay.
then this one was their fourth record. But I guess from what I read, there was like a lot of Robert Smith was really in the throes of like debilitating depression at this point, and there's like this really weird quote I came across. I didn't write it down, where he kind of was like yeah, I'll just record this and then that will be a good ending. Like he would say shit like that, and who knows if he was just like being emo about it, but he certainly was not in a good place, and eventually I think he started to pull himself out by the mid part of the 80s.
And that can be the difference between a lot of the stuff is, at least this more, gothy, or I don't know any other really good terms for it, but that he was using this as a cathartic experience, and metal was using it more for, basically just to kind of like, well, we're extreme, so we need to talk about extreme things.
Yeah.
So this is not like getting us through some tough thing. This is just like something that sounds
sure
deeper.
Well, I remember like
grosser.
when we came across like last Fear Deal Gone Down from Catatonia, and there just seemed to be like almost like a truth to what Jonas was singing about, almost like to the point where you like worried about the guy. And then I remember doing an interview with him and kind of being like, is this like a Nick Drake kind of thing? And he's like, no, I'm fine. I just got to get this out of my system. And he seemed well adjusted to
It's
that.
like, Paradise Lost lyrics, and that was more of their stuff is they just get into that mindset and then it's gone and they get away from it. But there was especially when that came out, Red House Painters and all that shit was kind of more of there's a lot of indie rock bands too that just did this dire, awful fucking lyrics, but it didn't seem quite as true to life, I guess. It seemed more like storytelling than
and
like
for me, when I
journaling.
hear like, this record, and in particular, 100 Years and stuff like that, it's just like that swirling grind of the guitars, and just kind of like, he just sounds like he's like at the edge of like sanity almost.
Well, that just takes me back to like my first dating experiences where all girls just love The Cure so much.
For sure. Yeah. It's emotional. He's deep. He's talking about his feelings, So I'm just glad that an Ian Curtis kind of thing didn't happen, where, he commits suicide, like with Joy Division. So,
yeah.
But any other thoughts on The Cure?
No, and that's another band you could do
tons
a show about, really. I mean,
sure.
they're very multi-layered.
Yeah, and even like I think we brought up The Cure quite a bit when we did the Deftones show as well. They're another band that draws from that, kind of like Catatonia. So
they're a band to be able to show vulnerability, and it's not showing weakness.
Yep, absolutely. So all right, so let's get into it. We've got Venom's Countess Bathory, Tank's Blood, Guts, and Beer, Motorhead's Go to Hell, Nightmare from the band More, Discharge's Protest and Survive, and from The Cure, 100 Years.
Hey, how are ya? Martin Popoff calling in from Toronto. First off, I'd like to wish the Requiem Metal podcast continued heavy and heaving happiness on the occasion of their 10th anniversary and 200th episode. Very cool. Okay, so Jason has asked me to chime in on the idea of 1982 as the number one year in proto-metal history. Very interesting question. And you know what? He has said, hey, you can be contrarian if you like. It's got to be within these years. Some have said this, some have said that. But you know what? I'm going to be agreeable for once, not the contrarian, and I'm going to agree with him that 1982 is a very good choice for first, number one year in proto-metal history. And here's why, I guess. Okay, so a younger definition of heavy metal, pretty much, I would peg it as the start as Metallica with Kill 'Em All, and then quickly into the other thrash bands, and the idea of modern heavy metal being some variation, varying percentages of death, thrash, or black. So, if we're talking regular heavy metal, I would pick 1969 as the proto year, but here's why 1982 is not a bad choice at all. So power metal is also a new form of heavy metal, a modern form of heavy metal. Now, many years have a proto towards power metal, but I would say 1982 is pretty good because you have a very, very big and important Iron Maiden album, Number of the Beast, at that time, and you also have the debut album by that most quintessential of power metal bands, fur metal bands, Manowar with battle hymns. So there you go. So there's something for power metal. I would say that, thrash has its precedence in this year. I mean, Motorhead, Iron Fist, they've already invented a sort of biker punky form of thrash anyways, but we do have Motorhead with Iron Fist. But we also have Anvil with Metal on Metal, which is a great proto-thrash album. Obviously, Anvil had an effect on Metallica, etc., on and on. And it's a pretty thrashy band. Even Lips's vocal leans a little bit towards thrash. There's double bass. So Anvil basically put out one of the key proto-thrash. And again, I agree with this idea of almost equating metal with thrash. It's funny. People used to say heavy metal, but when you truncate it to metal, it takes on that modern sheen, and really, I can understand why and when people do talk about Kill 'Em All as the first metal album. I remember throwing that on at for the first time at my buddy Forrest's place. Yamaha 3020 receiver, Bose 901s, and we're playing it and we're wrinkling our noses and saying, this is really angry, this is really raw, those vocals are strange. But we were smart enough at that point. We were already total metal experts by this point, must say. But we were smart enough to realize everything was about the money riff. And it was fast, it was stripped down. But the nice thing about thrash, of course, was that it was also well recorded and well played. It wasn't punky thrash, it wasn't Motorhead thrash. Although Motorhead's well played too. Anyways, I digress. So Anvil Metal on Metal is important. Also, Raven Wiped Out is important for the early days of thrash. Proto-thrash being actually speed metal, and Raven and Anvil are both that. You have Tank with Filth, Hounds of Hades, and Power of the Hunter, I believe, both in 1982. Tank is the thinking man's Motorhead, essentially, and they are also very proto-thrash by being speed metal. Okay, moving along the ladder, Doom is a modern form of metal. Started with Witchfinder General, really, after Black Sabbath, who is Doom. Doom is the first originator, first version of Doom. Witchfinder General is the first band to copy the first Doom band, of course. So Witchfinder General. They're in there with what do they put out? They put out Death Penalty, so it's the first album. Not the better of the two, I don't think. I think the second one's recorded better, played better. It's got a little more variety. It's got Love on Smack, the most amazing Witchfinder General song. But this is actually the more doomier album. So here is a proto idea of the invention of doom happening in 1982. But, okay, so obviously the most important album that really, is 50% of the reason why 1982 can be called the number one year in proto-metal history has got to be Venom Black Metal. I mean, here we have a band that all at the same time, almost by accident, which is charming in itself, inventing black metal, inventing thrash, inventing death metal. So there you go. So all the forms of what we call metal as opposed to heavy metal, all these new forms that are the louder, faster, everything, scrappier, crazier vocals, all that stuff that starts basically in 83, but really starts getting going in 84. You can say starts with Venom. Venom, this is their second album. The first one is more or less the same kind of thing, but black metal is just considered the better version of that. So there you go. Those are, I can see the reasons why this is picked, but I would say 50% of the reason has to be Venom Black Metal.
President
Hi, Requiem Metal. This is Phil from Phil's Breakfast Metal Podcast. Happy 200 episode. Firstly, I just want to say thanks for all your hard work over the years on this. Now we're up to 200 episodes. The archive of metal knowledge you have created in audio form is absolutely incredible. I don't think there's another source to rival this out there. You have all your kind of metal magazines, metal blogs, etc., but I don't think there is another podcast that has spent as much time delving into as much detail and history about albums for so long. Like, most podcasts tend to do more current eventy stuff, which, while very interesting and useful, doesn't have the historical significance. It doesn't have the revisitable value that Requiem Metal has. So I got into you in early 2014, which was while you were kind of on hiatus, and I was automatically hooked because the first episode I downloaded was your final one at the time, the Entombed EPs, which is like a niche subsection of an already niche band, but for me was fantastic because I was a huge fan of Entombed, and I knew all their EPs, and having some people talk about what was good and bad about them was fascinating. And this is why your podcast is so great, because it doesn't try and surface level catch everyone who has like a passing interest in something. It's for people who want to get to know a certain band in great depth. So I went back through this archive for the couple of years you were off and got into a load of bands I'd never come across before because of your kind of passion and enthusiasm for them. Just so much made me want to love them, and so found stuff like Eucharist, Dawn, Sentenced, bands I would be surprised if I had just never heard of if it wasn't for the way you guys discussed them. Equally, I was persuaded to go back and give bands I'd written off or kind of just passed by another go. Say, Anathema, I went, after your discussion, I went back and I've now become a massive fan and, regularly see them live. And also, it was just great to get a more in-depth look at bands I'd loved for years, but never had a great deal of friends who wanted to discuss them. Stuff like Dismember, Death, Carcass, Cathedral, Catatonia, really interesting groups that it was just so brilliant to have an in-depth, researched source discussing it, and discussing it in audio form, because after all, it's an audio medium. It's kind of the perfect way to be talking about this kind of stuff. So yeah, happy 200th episode. Keep up the good work, guys. The fact you're on your 200th, you're close on 300-400th hour of doing this, and still finding new and fascinating things to talk about. So much of this Proto-Metal countdown has been bands I've never even heard of, but now I'm really into. Flower Travelling Band was one I completely missed, but really loved your recent coverage of, and yeah, it's got me excited to go back into them. I'm a lot younger so I wasn't around in the years we're covering. So, for example, today's episode, 1982, I pretty much know nothing about. But on that front, kind of my personal big moment from that year would be the formation of Voivod. Now, although they didn't actually record anything at this time, I don't think, possibly a demo, I think just the fact the genesis of that band starts there is just such a huge moment in history, because although Voivod themselves would never get huge, their influence has kind of snuck through all the extreme metal avenues. There's bands in doom, death metal, progressive metal, black metal that have taken influence from Voivod, and particularly from Piggy's playing style. The way Piggy played guitar completely reinvented things in an extreme sense, especially in thrash metal. And you now see that in heavier elements of Opeth, modern Gorguts, or newer, more contemporary bands like Cathelist or Artificial Brain, or pretty much anything Colin Marston's been recording. Hopefully someone who knows more about Voivod will go into some more depth. But yeah, that's my personal takeaway. But I'm really looking forward to see what other gems from this period you pick out, because I don't really know anyone. Anyway, thanks a lot for the hard work over the years. Happy 200th episode.
You just heard The Cure's 100 Years from Pornography, Discharge's Protest and Survive from Hear Nothing, See Nothing, Say Nothing, More with Nightmare from Blood and Thunder, Motorhead's Go to Hell, Tank's Blood, Guts, and Beer, and of course we started with Venom's Countess Bathory. And so what we'd like to do now, as we just did with Albert, is we'd like to bring in another sort of long-time special guest, a guy that goes way, way back, especially with Mark, and especially with me in terms of my origins of getting into the more extreme side of metal, is a good friend of ours that we grew up with, which is Chris Dick. So welcome, Chris.
Hello, guys. How you guys doing?
Hi. Yeah. So we've got Chris in from Philly, where he's, I think in Philly. Are you down in North Carolina?
In Philadelphia. Yeah, in Philadelphia for now. We're getting ready to transition to. It sounds like I'm talking to like an office meeting. No, I'm getting ready to move to North Carolina. My work is moving. So yeah.
Sure. And for people, I know we have a lot of obviously long-time listeners and stuff, but give us a little background on kind of where you fit into the metal equation and your experiences a little bit with Mark and I, and kind of what you still do that's involved with metal and historical context and all this kind of good stuff.
Sure. I mean, I think just from an origin standpoint, it kind of started with Motley Crue, just hearing it, from older kids in the neighborhood, and then getting into Motley Crue and. It was Dokken and Rat and Judas Priest, and this is probably early to mid '80s, because we're all on the same age. And then from there, it got into the thrash metal stuff with Metallica. Obviously, Metallica was kind of the gateway into everything else, and then Sepultura was kind of the gateway into death metal.
And that's so kind of when you and Mark kind of start to interact with each other, probably around that time, right?
A little bit after.
Was it after?
Yeah, a little bit after, because Dave Messick, who was a good friend of mine, a skateboard buddy, was also heavily into metal of all types, mostly thrash and whatnot. But he was one of the early kind of guys buying a lot of tapes at Warehouse Records.
Gotcha.
Our local shop in Mount Pleasant.
The old
Michigan.
Rival of New Moon, where the three of us worked. Yeah,
yes,
exactly right.
East Coast, West Coast rivalry going on.
Corporate, non-corporate.
Yeah,
there we go. That's right. Yeah.
At least we outlasted the corporate. That's pretty.
Clean bathroom versus not clean bathroom. There we go.
Gotcha. So, and then go ahead. And then you and Mark kind of met, and then started, of course, the namesake of our podcast, which was Requiem.
Right. Yeah. So Mark and I think it was sophomore year of high school, right?
Yeah.
Mark.
Yep.
Where we maybe going into sophomore year, because we had English class together, and that English class we kind of sat next to each other, and we were showing each other, maybe it was, I'm trying to think what it was, but probably Creator, Como Souls, or something like that, right?
It was like Creator. There was a Bolt Thrower. We like every week try to one-up each other on stuff for a while.
Right, exactly, right. So we were always, and then there's other people buying stuff at the same time as it, just to be kind of, because they were curious, right? They're all curious. And all this stuff looked cool, it sounded cool, so we kind of naturally got into it. And then I would say our senior year of high school, we decided to start the zine Requiem zine in study hall. So Mark and I, would sit there for the hour and kind of think about how we wanted to go about doing a magazine, because we saw these other magazines that we were buying at the time, which is more zines rather. We can do better than this. We were tired of the gore thing, which has really become pervasive, right? I mean, with Cannibal Corpse and DSI not before, but just this sort of meat and potato death metal thing had become a bit tiring at that point. And this is 92 going into 93. So we're like, well, let's start something a little bit more hoity-toity, heady, kind of educated, although we weren't really educated.
More European-based.
More European, yeah.
Exactly, right. Mentality. So that's what we did. We started off with a zine that we reviewed our own CDs, our own record collection, which, of course, everything got an 8 or a 9. Just like Decibel today.
Pretty much. I think the first one had no ratings at all.
It didn't. Right. Yeah, you're right.
The first two, I don't think, had ratings, but then everything was like, yeah, everything's great. This piece of garbage that somebody sent me for free, I was like, I feel like I need to say this is pretty great.
Right. We had zero critical aptitude at that point. We were just fans of it all, even if we didn't really like it.
Yeah. It was just cool to be involved, with stuff at that point.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of records from that era that you just kind of look back on nostalgically. You liked because it was unique and not really that great, but it was you
discovered it
of a certain moment.
Yeah, discovery was a big deal. What Mark said, discovering things was kind of a big deal. I think Mark was the first one to buy Bolt for, and that was, he brought it in, and it was like, what the hell? Like, whoa, so it kind of became this discovery was a cool thing because it just never ended, as with this whole podcast is doing. I mean, it just, the metal rabbit hole is quite deep and wide, so.
Sure. The more information we get, the deeper we can get. Like, we used to be like, well, Chris is going to spend $20 on a CD, I'm going to spend $20, copy it. But you can only go so far.
Yeah.
Now it's just like unlimited everywhere.
Yep.
Exactly, yeah. So, I mean, with YouTube, with the advent of YouTube, of course, nothing's rare anymore. Yeah. Everything is available.
And then you're... Oh, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
So for Requiem, we did, Mark and I had a little bit of a schism. And I started doing a magazine called Eclipse, and that's kind of where Jason and I kind of sort of converged. Prior to that was with the record store. I don't know what I was playing when you walked in. Maybe it was like Sentence to Muck or Tiamat or Amorphous or something.
I went into Special Order Wild Honey as a sophomore, right. And you were kind of like, what?
Yeah, okay.
Did you learn about that? Yeah, and then you gave me a Relapse Nuclear Blast UHF sampler, and the rest is history, as they say.
Yeah, so the record store and then Eclipse, right? So Jason I started a new magazine called Eclipse Zine, and then Jason started writing, and then eventually Mark and I mended fences, and he started doing a lot of the art direction, actually all of the art direction for Eclipse. So it went from being like
issue 4. Yep,
yeah.
Issue 4 is where he came back in. Yep.
It went from being holy shit, I got to learn Photoshop and Quark.
Oh, I know.
To actually having someone with a lot of skills in art, actual background. Where I'm just like, I think this looks good. Yeah, that photo stretch. Okay, let's go.
Sure.
It was nice that it coincided when I was in art school and doing old process photography and stuff too. It's like I can practice all the shit on this magazine.
A lot of the techniques were cool.
Great,
yeah, the shadow of the noose. That's always kind of been my favorite cover. That, and I think the one that Erin did, where she's holding the
that's all in that
mask.
Apartment from Mount Pleasant too.
Yeah.
Like, it was this shithole apartment, but man, it was great for photography. I got some gross stuff in that place.
Yeah, some pretty fantastic stuff. And then you moved on. You went out east to Philadelphia.
I did. Yeah, I kind of followed Mark's sort of footsteps. He went to work for Relapse in the mid to late '90s.
Just didn't learn my lesson.
I didn't actually. I followed in his unfortunate footsteps. So I went to work for Relapse. I was actually working for Digital Metal, but under the guise of Relapse.
Yeah.
Digitalmetal.com, which is a metal portal that Matt Jacobson and I kind of dreamt up one day when we were thinking about the future of print, and this is back in 99 and 98, 99, I think.
Yeah, I think 99, yep.
Yeah. So,
very ahead of its time, really.
For sure.
It was. Yeah. It was quite popular.
The injection of its time or something, or whatever.
No.
Well, whatever the kids are looking at.
I don't even know
metal portal.
The online metal thing.
We didn't gossip too much.
That's true.
Yeah, that's true. It wasn't a gossip.
That's what that's become.
It was like we were too serious about it. It was too important to gossip.
It was like taking the chat room and turning it into like a public kind of thing, like the serious metal chats that were at the time.
Right.
Sure, and a lot of album reviews and things like that. Yeah, for sure.
Yep.
Interviews. Yep.
Exactly. And then from Digital Metal and Relapse, I got out of the record industry and got into just the corporate world to pay the bills. But aside from that, I started writing for Metal Maniacs. And then shortly thereafter, probably in 2006, I think I started writing for Decibel. And I still write for Decibel. Metal Maniacs is no longer in business.
R.I.P.
RIP, indeed. But I also do liner notes for record labels for albums and stuff. So I did the Wild Honey reissue. Actually, it was more of the Hall of Fame because Decibel getting reprinted in Wild Honey. Did the Deeper Kind of Slumber reissue. The 4 box sets for Devin Townsend. I've done the first 3, and the 4th one's coming. I just did the liner notes for Enslaved Vertebrae.
Yeah, did you do Asphyx too?
Asphyx, yeah, I did the liner notes are coming for the Asphyx box set. That's due next month. January.
Gotcha.
Morgoth box set's coming.
In Flames, huge retrospective thing too.
Yeah, the Arch Enemy box set. In Flames box set. So I've been doing a lot of liner notes these days for record.
You're like the go-to guy for kind of 90s European metal liner notes and stuff like that.
Exactly, right, awesome. Yeah.
I mean, that's really our niche. If Mark and I look at our niche, that's where we're good at,
Yeah.
It's hard to keep up with new stuff,
Yeah,
so.
Right. But so that's kind of what I mean, I still work corporate job, but then, the creative side is always, getting commissioned to do something interesting, like, and so you think, hey, I need this done in 3 days.
Sure.
We forgot you're going to write the liner notes, but we need it in 3 days.
Yeah. Oh,
So-
awesome.
It's
Yeah,
good to be
so-
the guy that can pull off good stuff in like no time at all.
Yeah.
Like that, I've gained my reputation as far as like art is I can pull off whatever you need whenever you need it.
Mhm.
If you need it in 2 days, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, it's different when you're doing the interviews and you have to transcribe it. I'm sure Jason.
That's-
Mark-
Yeah. Transcription is
Hell.
the worst. Yeah. They
And,
still haven't created like a program that does that properly.
Not
They
that's
do.
worth the shit.
Yeah.
Really? Damn it. That sucks.
Plus, I mean, a lot of times we're interviewing people with an accent, and the translation software doesn't very well deal with
Yeah.
people with a Dutch accent or a thick Swedish accent, or even like a bad connection over the phone. So,
Sure.
and
So-
even like the accent off the six-liner notes to be transcribed by someone in India, and they came back. They said it should have a 98% accuracy. Of course, it had like a 20% accuracy. I mean, some of the stuff they said was like, who in the world would say that? Of course,
Well, album titles too, you're not going to ever get right.
Yeah.
Like name pronunciations or spellings are always going to be wrong.
Yep.
You've got to have somebody like knowing the stuff to do it. It's kind of
It's got to be context. Yep.
Van Drinnen became like Van Doogie.
Yeah. I can imagine.
The minute I saw that, I was like, oh, okay, we're this is I'm gonna get a refund on this.
Exactly.
But yeah, so that's what I do say, right? So if you want to sort of a long tail.
So we're obviously in 1982, and the song we just heard, "Pornography" from The Cure. We kind of talked a little bit about that with Albert, and there were some other kind of darker records that were not necessarily part of the genre of metal, but probably resonated a little bit with metal. Killing Joke's Revelations in 82, The First Birthday Party, Junkyard with Nick Cave, Christian Death's Only Theater of Pain. I mean, you're a guy that has kind of kept a lot of interest in a scene that's kind of connected to that with some of the newer stuff like Grave Pleasures and bands like that. What are some of your thoughts on the legacy of that particular scene and some of the bands that, like what influence that's kind of had on metal before we kind of move into the music that, we're going to kind of get into, but I figured you might have a thought on The Cure and some of those other bands I just mentioned.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, it all kind of sort of gets grouped into two different genres that were pretty similar to one another, which is, new wave and post-punk.
Mm-hmm.
New wave was pretty dark in the beginning. I mean, I think that even like something as simple and as kind of mock as like I Ran by a Flock of Seagulls was something that, if you listen to it now, it's actually kind of cool, but back then it was kind of cheesy. But then you had other bands that were kind of sort of hitting around the same time. That were getting, sort of a darker slant on things, a little bit more sort of representative of their cult, like a lot of the Manchester bands.
Mm-hmm.
Manchester wasn't a happy place in '82, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But they kind of had that look or that feel, and I think that there's a similarity between what they were doing and what metal was doing, which is just representing themselves, in their environment, right? I think Adam Ant, which is kind of a dorky thing, but that was also around at that time. Bauhaus, I think there's a Bauhaus song at that time, She's in Parties. Well, I think that was maybe the year after. But anyway, there's a lot of sort of darker things that are happening around that time that are very analogous to metal, but actually not connected to it at all. Which was funny because later on it would go ahead and influence a lot of metal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we
coming out
talked
of
about the
83.
Peaceful 3 and Catatonia and a lot of those bands we were talking about.
Exactly.
Albert.
Catatonia. Catatonia were the first ones to actually say in interviews, like, hey, we're influenced by The Cure, we're influenced by Joy Division, Depeche Mode, Pet Shop Boys, and you're like, what? Why?
Yeah.
As a teenager, why?
Well, like I remember growing up in the
Very
90s and
small
like
little thing when
80s,
you're a kid, yeah.
that 80s like synthwave stuff was kind of like anathema to us. Like we kind of thought it was cheesy if it had like a lot of keyboards and stuff. At least a certain stage of me growing up, like it didn't seem like that was cool,
Yeah.
And then I think by the late 90s with bands like Tiamat and other bands that started to kind of bring a little bit more of that back, it suddenly
Even mid-90s.
Yeah, it just kind of changed all of a sudden.
Yeah, we thought like you could only be one. You couldn't be like there could be no dichotomy to somebody. You had to be the like. I remember even like when me and Chris interviewed. I was just looking at this Requiem zine a couple weeks ago. I was refiling them when we were talking to Dismember in like '93 or whatever when they came through. We asked them like what they were listening to, and they said a lot of like Zeppelin, and I was just like blown away. Like, why would you listen to Led Zeppelin? Then how do you write pieces?
Yeah.
Exactly.
That makes no sense to me at all. And as a kid, but as an adult, like obviously you like all kinds of stuff
For sure.
So
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, so the Cure thing is interesting because I mean, you know, even today, or well, not today, but recently, you know, Tribulation covered 100 Years
yep.
As a B-side to Children of the Night and made it work. You know, I mean, they found a song that was very much in their wheelhouse and kind of turned it into their. I mean, it's a Cure cover. I mean, it's recognizable, Cure, but they kind of made it a Tribulation thing. So if you connect the dots from kind of Tony is saying that they listen to that stuff and are inspired by that stuff, Tiamat, who were more like Sisters of Mercy kind of stuff. You know, they weren't so much into like the Fix or Chameleons or stuff like that. They were more into the different side of it.
Sure.
But then all the way to today with Tribulation and other bands. I mean, the whole like sort of Cascadian sound out in the Pacific Northwest kind of has a little bit of that wall of sound. You know, that Phil Spector kind of concept. All of it, you know, that kind of got taken into the sort of the shoegaze concept.
Yeah, absolutely.
But you see that in that scene, and then you see like even in some of the like more like newer Swallow the Sun stuff, you're starting to hear more. I don't know, maybe like Psychedelic Furs or Peter Murphy, you know, Bauhaus, in the vocals, you know, or in the way the rhythms are played. So it's pretty interesting to see how all this stuff is from that era is still kind of pervasive and still influencing genres that are not even into it. And of course, there's a whole resurgence of this stuff now.
Yeah,
I mean, like there's bands out there now like Soft Kill,
Drab Majesty.
or really Drab Majesty. I mean, there's a whole slew of bands out there. There's a band called Principi Valiente, a Swedish band, really good, that are all kind of taking this style, the Agnes Circle, taking this style and kind of running with it, you know, because obviously 1982 or 1983 is well behind us, you know.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
kind of,
well, even like some of like the dark wave, synth wave stuff is kind of drawing back on that. I mean, even like the one of the more recent Carpenter Brutes had the vocalist from Grave Pleasures and Garm from Ulver doing kind of those type of songs, you know, that you would have heard in the first half of the decade of the 80s or something, you know.
Well, these guys are all what, like 20s bands? Like they're in their 20s probably, most of these. This resurgence,
the Drab Majesties and stuff. I'm not really sure. Chris,
no, they're probably like maybe 10 years younger than us. Maybe, yeah.
Okay,
so
because I know, like at least for me, there's a certain reverence for like eras of music that I didn't experience, but now I see how great they were, and I'm wondering if that's what's happening with.
Well, I think
80s resurgence.
I think when we were growing up, you know, I think of like when we were in high school, a movie like Days of Confused came out that was nostalgic about the 70s because we kind of missed the 70s.
Yeah, I was born in the 70s, but I didn't. I grew up in the 80s
for sure. You know, and I think like you know, my students now talk about being a 90s kid, and I just laugh. I'm like, a 90s kid, and then I'm like, oh, well, that is kind of like.
I feel like pop culture in the 90s and the 90s in general, outside of like extreme metal, were fucking awful.
Yeah, I mean, you had the grunge thing. I mean, which is something. It's an aesthetic thing for them.
Still say what I just said.
Yeah. Or pop punk. You know, you know what I mean, like dressing like Green Day. I guess. Yeah, Sky. You know, Mighty Stones. Let's bring back the swing dance punk stuff.
That's not.
Cherry Poppin' Daddies.
Cherry Poppin' Daddies and what's his nuts? The guy from Stray Cats.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about.
He does Christmas fucking swing shows now.
Brian Seltzer.
I'm sure we all wrote that stupid order number at New Moon at some point, like 300 times each.
Exactly. So
11007 or something.
So moving out of that, like where there's two things we kind of brought you on to kind of talk about that I think you have a little bit of expertise, and we'll get to the audio clip that we heard right before Chris joined from Phil's breakfast podcast, Phil Wadley. That was nice, and we'll talk about that in a moment when we talk about thrash. But the first thing that we're going to be kind of opening up is this sort of beginning of what I guess we could say, you know, glam metal, hair metal, like whatever, you know, you want to call it, more commercial metal of the American ilk typically, although we're kind of looking at a couple of European bands here. But Twisted Sister, you know, they kind of alongside Motley Crue, which had put out Too Fast for Love at the very end of 1981, they're sort of at the very beginning of this movement with Under the Blade. So, I mean, where are some of your thoughts with how that genre starts to bubble up, or just where to put them contextually as of 1982?
Well, I think they all were inspired by the new wave of British heavy metal to most degrees, right? I mean, I think that, you know, Twisted Sister, even that song, the song you're going to play, Under the Blade, to preempt you is very much a Hellbent for Leather inspired with a little bit of sax and Wheels of Steel in it. It kind of like that what it reminds me of when I hear it. I'm like, oh, it's very Judas Priest meets Saxon, and I think that that was kind of what was happening. There wasn't this sort of uniqueness, or there was, I guess, but there wasn't this sort of uniqueness happening. That was that was kind of Iron Maiden, Priest, Saxon. Those were bands that were really in Venom as well. They were kind of getting Tigers of Pantang were kind of pervasive in their influence at that time because it was kind of fast. It was extreme, but it also was a bit theatrical. I think that's Twisted Sister kind of took from Alice Cooper. That sort of theatrics, the makeup and the uniforms, and sort of
Do you think
the posturing.
Didn't they kind of pull in a lot of like the New York Dolls kind of vibe too? But they were in that scene Cooper for so long, that bar scene, that they were like kind of in a microcosm where they were successful, but they didn't have to put out records. Like they were so well known and so successful before they even put out a record.
Yeah, kind of,
which is kind of weird because they had
especially.
So they kind of carried on that glam thing more than most. I think maybe, I don't know. That's just my.
No, that's a good point. It's a good point. I think that sort of the early glam rock stuff was kind of the impetus of when you mix glam rock and new wave of British heavy metal, you kind of get Twisted Sister to some degree, right?
Yeah,
and you kind of get
a healthy
metal.
dose. I think Van Halen in there too.
Sure,
kind of projecting a kind of musicality, which not to say new wave of British heavy metal didn't have, but it wasn't as flashy maybe as what Eddie was doing kind of with the guitar, but that kind of became I think a crucial component.
And Van Halen had a lot of humor, which was
party music,
lacking from a lot of new album stuff, I think. But
right.
And we're not playing anything from it, but Diver Down, one of the last two David Lee Roth records came out in 82, and not my favorite of that era, but Chris Ayers has kind of turned me on to like trying to appreciate that record a little bit more, which is kind of cool. So shout out to him. We'll hear a little clip from him later. Diver Down apologist a little bit more. Yeah.
So he's a Van Halen fan, trust me.
What's that?
He's a Van Halen fan, trust me.
Yeah. And I am too. I love those records. Fair Warning and Women and Children. Those are big records for me now, especially. But anyways, yeah. So back to Twisted Sister. Sorry.
Yeah. So I mean, like I said, I think even Twisted Sister lived in England around this time, in maybe 81 or 81, 82 or 80 to 81. I think they were in the UK. So they weren't in the States at that time. They were in the UK. So, and maybe that's where this comes from, is this sort of
absorbing what was happening
there. Absorbing, what was happening on the charts, So that's kind of how I hear Under the Blade. I just hear it as a Judas Priest era, Deep Saxon era, American interpretation of that.
Sure.
The American attitude, I guess.
It definitely had like the economy of like Priest at that time.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sure.
Catchiness and all that kind of stuff was
stuff you heard. British Steel and Point of Entry for sure. You mentioned Heading Out to the Highway. That's I think a good thing that links I think with Under the Blade a lot.
But then like Dee Snider's vocals were kind of more raspy and like I think on record he does
more like Alice Cooper-y almost.
Yeah, he doesn't come across as good on record, but when you see him live, to what's happening, like okay, he's got the entire thing down, the whole presentation down. He's not a great singer, but he's an incredible frontman.
Yep, for sure.
Yeah, right. And I think that Twisted Sister, also had a little bit of this sort of a 50s rock and roll thing going on. I think that was, they kind of referenced that a bit throughout their career, whether it's in the titles like Can't Stop Rock and Roll, or just the sort of the boogie kind of quality of the music, I guess, if you want to call it that. So there's kind of this weird sort of section of being influenced by what was happening in England at the time, and then sort of that 50s, 60s style boogie rock, and then or just traditional rock and roll there. And then of course what maybe some of the innovation what Van Halen was doing. I think that everyone was probably taking a bit of that from how innovative Van Halen were, especially in the guitar.
Yep. Yeah. And what's interesting too is if you look at kind of what was going on in the backdrop alongside with that, you sort of saw. I was doing some research in Heading for a Heartbreak from Def Leppard. That hits MTV in '82, even though it was released the previous year, and that kind of becomes the sort of the power ballad almost in a little way, which is gonna paved the way for a lot of the 80s. And then I also read that at the same time in 82, John Bon Jovi had already written like Runaway. It was just kind of he was actually working at a recording studio as like a cleaning and doing other stuff. So like so that's kind of happening. And then Motley Crue had put out, Too Fast for Love at I think November of 81. So that record was still kind of starting to grow and resonate as 82 was kind of emerging. Whitesnake put out Saints and Sinners, which had Here I Go Again and Crying in the Rain, I think. The original versions of those, Rainbow, Straight Between the Eyes was kind of looking at a more commercial version of what Rainbow had been. The Rods, Wild Dogs was kind of in that same 50s kind of biker, Twisted Sister kind of vein. Ian Gillian's last solo record, Magic, came out then. Y&T, Black Tiger, and even Riot. Another
covering American Women.
What's that?
I'm just kidding. Crocus covering American Woman. I was like,
yeah. And then even Riot, another New York band that they kind of almost maybe came out too early to find that like massive commercial success, but they had Restless Breed that came out that year. So so you could kind of see the beginning rumblings of it, but I think we kind of turn our attention then kind of to Europe, or at least partially Europe with MSG, with Michael Schenker Group and Vandenberg, which are two, they're not coming from England. They're not coming from America. They're kind of coming from completely sort of different places. So, where do you fit those kind of into this equation of the rising kind of that type of scene that was starting to emerge throughout the world?
Well, I think that the first thing is everyone wants to sort of put these particular songs and bands into the glam bucket, but I don't really I hear it more as heavy metal, right? I hear it as a kind of coming
especially
out of
MSG, Salt Attack is definitely heavy metal.
There's nothing glam metal about the song you're going to play from Vandenberg either, even though it's a ballad.
Other than it kind of has a ballad. That's about it, yeah.
That's a ballad, but that doesn't glam, right?
Yeah, sure. Glam didn't invent. Yeah, you're right.
Right. But
power ballad.
Yeah.
Power ballad. It's on your monster truck tape. Anyway, but I kind of hear them as more an extension of the hard rock coming out of the late 70s, going into the early 80s, and sort of becoming, sort of like edge of heavy metal, kind of like Aldo Nova, right? Because I think that was also 82, with Fantasy.
Yeah, Fantasy might have been
similar kind of thing, but with a little bit more, on the Vandenberg side, flash, right? The guitars.
Yep.
The vocals did. MSG is, Schenker had already made a name for himself in UFO by that point. He was kind of long gotten in Scorpion as a Scorpions member. Yep. He was a UFO guy. And they were doing, talking to a friend here, Billy. He saw them at that time when they were touring as UFO, and he said it was, played, arenas. So, and everyone chanting his name, and so people knew Schenker, right?
Oh, he was kind of a guitar god to rival, I think, Eddie around that time, for sure. Yeah. You listen to Strangers in the Night, that live record, and it's like mind-blowing, Well,
even on this record, it's got, like, originally, I think their manager wanted them to have David Coverdale come on as the vocalist. And he's like, no, I want Graham Bonnet.
Graham Bonnet, yeah.
On this thing. But it's such, the sleaze in the guitar riff.
Oh, it's great sleaze.
I can totally picture David Coverdale, performing on the song.
Yeah.
Right.
And then you get the guitar work and the solos at the end, I think, are what set like bands like MSG. I think you're right. That's not something you heard necessarily associate with like quote unquote hair metal. Like it's more metal, it's just good heavy metal type stuff.
Right. And I think that MSG became a bit more, glam metal with Macaulay, right?
For sure.
Anytime, which is that great song, right? That's kind of where I hear Michael Schenker transitioning from, the sort of the hard rock heavy metal of like the late 70s, early 80s, into what glam rock, sort of stereotypical glam rock sound.
Sure.
Huge productions, huge choruses, simplified songs, and nothing wrong with any of that, right? I'm a huge fan of that song. Anytime, that's a great tune. But I think that's kind of where those things separate, right? When they started being less experimental, less sort of less 70s in mentality, because they're being experimental, long songs. They're really trying to kind of carve into that what was happening, with the radio. It was radio stations trying to. That was where success started, right, with radio, and that's kind of the only input that people had into this stuff with radio.
Yeah.
And then of course MTV was playing heavy, that stuff at the time as well. So
yeah, because I mean, even like the drummer on Assault Attack was the drummer from Rory Gallagher's band. You know what I mean? So like again,
right. Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. So you had Graham Bonnet, and you had these kind of characters that were, I don't want to say refugees of the 70s, but in a way they had been part of a lot of acts in the 70s. You know what I mean?
Interesting choice of word. Refugees.
Yeah, exactly.
Because Graham Bonnet he was a Rainbow guard, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
He was on Straight Between the Eyes?
No, that's when they get the guy that sounds like he's from Survivor.
The guy with the wig?
Joe
Lynn Turner.
Joe Lynn Turner, right?
Okay,
I think, Straight Between the Eyes. That had like either Stone Cold or I'm trying to remember the other big song that it just sounded like something the band Survivor would have recorded. And that's kind of what
some Blackmore wanted to make hits.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Since You've Been Gone cover is terrible.
Yeah, Since You've Been Gone was with Graham Bonnet. That was from Down to Earth.
Yeah,
I think Down to Earth was what Graham Bonnet had sang on. It's just the late 70s.
But that's like the best song on that album, unfortunately.
You think so? Eyes of the World. There's some really good songs on that.
Everything's so thin and poppy to me.
I bet if you listen to that record again.
When I was working at Record Store, that's we couldn't play extreme shit because it would run people out, even though it's 2018.
Yeah.
This stuff's been around for 30 years, but I would just play Rainbow, UFO, Uriah Heep,
sure,
all that kind of shit.
Well, I think, I mean, not to go on a Rainbow tangent, but I think Eyes of the World has some good songs on it. Since You've Been Gone is one of my least favorite songs on that record. I mean, it was their big hit, but yeah. So. But anyway.
Yeah, it's funny when you talk about Michael Schenker, MSG, I'm always thinking, the first thing I think of is for some reason Macaulay Schenker Group because of it.
Yeah, I know.
I hear it like
we'll call it Michael Schenker
5 times a week.
Yep, exactly.
5 times a week on Hair Nation.
Oh yeah, Hair Nation. Yeah. I forget you're a serious guy.
Yeah.
So what about Vandenberg? Because this is he's kind of an unknown character in some ways. He doesn't get talked about a lot, or this record doesn't get talked about a lot. So, do you fit this in with kind of what Europe was doing in their early kind of albums and stuff?
Absolutely, 100% heavy metal.
Okay. I mean, that's kind of what I hear. So.
Yeah, I mean, the first Europe records were not glam at all. They were straight up metal. And you talk to any Swede, and if you say glam metal in the early Europe records, they're gonna be like, "Nah, I'm not getting friend anymore."
Yeah. No, I agree. I mean, Wings of Tomorrow and stuff like that is fantastic.
Heavy metal tag.
Yep.
And then Europe was. There's a couple of bands that were doing the same thing. I guess Silver Mountain.
Silver Mountain. We mentioned earlier Heavy Load. They were another
Heavy Load
band that was doing some
Viking metal band.
Yep.
Viking metal band. But yeah, so I think Vandenberg, they were Dutch, kind of came out of nowhere. I mean, I think that Adrian himself. I mean, I only heard first of Adrian Vandenberg when he was in Whitesnake.
Yeah, that's all I knew him from was from Whitesnake.
And pirouettes on stage and in the videos.
Now, did he? Okay, let me get it straight. For the self-titled in '87, was it? Did he record and then left before the videos, or was that John Syke that recorded and then Vandenberg was in the videos? Which was it?
So Vandenberg was in. I think he was in some of the videos.
Okay, but he's not on the album. Sykes is the guy on the album, correct?
I don't remember.
Yeah, I always get it confused.
I think because it was already done by that point. He joined, right?
Okay. Yeah.
I'm pretty
Mark's
sure
gonna look it up while we're talking.
Well, yeah, I'm pretty sure it was already done. Whatever you want to call it, Whitesnake or 1987.
Yep.
I think he only. I think he only did like a few guitar solos or something. I think it was really limited, and then he's in the videos.
Okay.
He's the guy playing the violin.
Him, and like Here I Go Again. That's him, back
playing the violin, playing the bow on the guitar.
Yeah. Yep. The kind of Steve Vai looking thing.
Yeah, as far as the actual album, the recording is all Sykes.
It's all Sykes. Okay.
Yeah.
That's right.
Sykes is awesome. Yeah, Blue Murder's great.
Oh, for sure.
Vandenberg did the guitar solo, the recorded guitar solo of Here I Go Again.
Oh, okay.
So you can do it. That's all he did?
That's all he did as far as the recorded album.
Huh.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty much that he became like the touring guitarist until they brought Steve Vai in and stuff for the next record or whatever. Yeah. So
kind of like Red Beach. Red Beach is Whitesnake. He's sort of the touring Whitesnake guitarist.
Yeah. He does stuff with Dokken sometimes too.
I've seen Red Beach with them like probably 3 times now.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Great guitar player. I'm going to see him tonight. Actually, I'm going to see him with Winger.
Nice.
So Vandenberg just kind of, this is a one hit kind of wonder type thing, or I don't know much about him.
I think that which is interesting because in remembering this, like I said, the only time I heard Vandenberg was with Whitesnake, and then later on was with Vandenberg. I'm like, cheesy stuff. But when you hear it, it's actually really good, high quality European heavy metal. With there's classical aspects to it, there's folk aspects to it. It's very so almost like Northern European mentality to heavy metal than say like an American or British, where there's a lot of rhythm and blues coming in. Like this is kind of where things are a little bit different from. This is more Maiden-esque, right? Where there's not rhythm and blues as part of the equation, right? Rhythm and blues is such a foundational aspect of heavy metal. But
it's kind of coming out of like the Wishbone Ash kind of like twin melody folk kind of foundation.
Yeah, too, like you putting the classical in and getting the blues out, really.
Yeah. It's less rhythm and blues and more sort of, and I dare say this, but classical in a sense. Right,
but classical
Western European music versus African American originated music, inspiring sort of the construct of the songs.
And one of the things I hear in Burning Heart is a lot of UFO. That's kind of why I coupled it with Shaefer. I hear a lot of Love to Love, like that song is in Burning Heart, which is also kind of a ballad, but also has like these amazing guitar dynamics and a very European flavor to it,
Right.
Because Schenker's obviously from Germany, so he's bringing a completely different sensibility to what UFO is doing than most British bands,
Right. But I think, what's interesting about that song, and I think I'm just looking it up now, that's the second Dutch song to ever chart in the U.S., I think. I think the first one was Hocus Pocus by Focus.
Oh, yeah.
And I think this is the next one in 82, I think, which is interesting. So the Dutch haven't had a very good track record producing music in the United States, but Vandenberg did chart in the U.S.
Yeah.
For that album. And the next album, I guess they kind of fell off the edge of the cliff.
I was to say, I know nothing more about Vandenberg than really this record, and Whitesnake stuff, kind of thing. Right. So,
I mean, it's one of those records that has like a really terrible cover. It's just like it's that blue square, and then you have a black square turned on its 90 degrees or 45 degrees. Then you have that that lightning bolt thing going on in the middle. Red.
Adrian, he designed that logo. He's credited as guitar player, songwriter, and logo creator.
Oh wow!
On the album,
it looks like a bad 80s Yes cover. It's kind of the feeling.
Yes had more going on in their covers.
Well, no, Yes in the 70s did, but in the 80s they kind of did those like that. The like geometric kind of like 80s very bright, vibrant colors kind of thing that was going on.
I just think it kind of looks like a Trapper Keeper cover.
Trapper Keeper, exactly.
Muppet Babies logo.
Something. So
it has the chrome to be tough, but not so tough.
So kind of moving out of kind of the beginning rumblings of what will eventually become kind of this dominant commercial metal sort of stuff, we kind of go in a completely different direction, but ultimately, I think for what we do as a podcast, ultimately more fruitful. And when I know you didn't get to hear the audio clip that we heard from before you got on here, Chris, but one of the things that Phil Wadley was talking about is some of the other rumblings that were happening kind of behind the scenes in 82. And he mentioned the formation of Voivod and how important that's going to be like for, just a lot of things, in metal history and influencing multiple genres of people. But I kind of wanted to list off some of these other things that were happening in 1982 that I think are pretty awesome. And feel free after we're done, we can kind of unpack a couple of them if you're interested. But so Sodom issued their first demo called Witching Metal in 82. Creator formed as a band called Tyrant before they turned into Tormentor. Death Angel formed. Destruction formed as a band called Night of Demon, Night with a K. Pantera's original vocalist was a guy named Donnie Hart, and he left in 82, which brought Terry Glaze into vocals, which left...
definitely their original names, right?
Yeah.
And left. Donnie Hart?
What's that? Donnie Hart was his name, yeah. And he left in 82, which made Terry Glaze, who was the rhythm guitar player, he left the rhythm guitar, went to vocals, and that left a guy named Daryl as the guitar player for Pantera. Diamond, yeah. Dave Lombardo joined Slayer in 82, and they record Aggressive Perfector, even though it won't be released until 83. Anthrax recorded their first demo, which included Howling Furies, which will show up on Fistful of Metal and stuff.
Cool.
Metal Church recorded the Four Hymns demo in 82. DRI formed and started recording stuff near the end of the year. Artillery was forming in Denmark. Bob Nalbandian, speaking of Requiem and Eclipse zine, founded like the first thrash metal zine called The Headbanger. Exciter began recording their debut, and actually Exciter and another band called Vixen showed up on Mike Varney, who founded Shrapnel Records, kind of that shred label. He put out a comp in '82 called US Metal Volume 2, which had an Exciter song and a Vixen song, and Vixen had a guitar player by the name of Marty Friedman on it. And then
no relation to Jim Varney, right?
Yeah, no, not Jim Varney. Yeah. And then you had a band out of San Francisco that kind of became the first band to kind of actually put out metal, and that kind of influenced other people to sort of see that it was something kind of doable. And they were called Anvil Chorus, and they were a big inspiration on a lot of the bands that were kind of growing up around that San Francisco area of like, oh, we can do this too. And then last but certainly not least, Anvil put out Metal on Metal, which of course was kind of, connected to the thrash scene. So there's a lot of rumblings kind of in thrash at this point, even though we're not quite to thrash. So what are your thoughts on kind of, maybe some of any of those kind of situations I was talking about, or just your thoughts on kind of the beginnings of where this thrash movement's going to kind of get going?
Yeah, thrash was an interesting thing because it kind of is the musicality of heavy metal with the attitude of punk. It's fast. I mean, that's kind of the whole mantra of it. And I think it was called thrash core to start with versus thrash metal. And I'm just remembering this a bit weird, but I think it was called thrash core.
Well, and then like the U.S. hardcore punk scenes had thrash bands. That was like a subgenre as well. So it's kind of like a blanket, like the whole skateboard thing kind of mixed it all up with everybody, I think.
Yeah, I mean, there were a lot of sort of counterculture, subculture things happening, and skateboarding was a big one that kind of mixed punk and hardcore and heavy metal together. And
even death metal later on, yeah.
Even death metal, sure. But I think that, that started this concept of playing fast, but instead of just playing chords, and two of them, pretty much for every song, it's more involved, right? It takes the Vandenberg approach of complexity and notes and virtuosoism, if you want to call it that, to sort of the attitude of punk, right? So
sure,
that's kind of where I see thrash forming, and thrash becoming more prevalent as the subculture thing becomes more popular, or skateboarding the videos, the sort of the attitude of it, the clothes, we're sort of converging with, punk, hardcore, heavy metal, and even, like popular stuff. Where things were kind of bright colors and whatnot.
Sure.
So thrash metal is an interesting thing how it got started. Heavy metal's kind of an easy one, but
I've got an interesting quote that's going to kind of connect to what we're going to be talking about next, and it's a quote from Kirk Hammett. It's from Popoff's "Hit the Lights" book, and we're going to be talking about the Exodus demo from 1982, which also came out that year. And he kind of says, punk beats were already part of our local culture, the local music culture, because we had a punk scene, and we knew punks in Berkeley, and punks were starting to come to our shows because Exodus was getting sort of a reputation for being a high energy band, more so than all these other bands that were around that were trying to sound like Journey or Van Halen. I mean, we were in a different sort of thing altogether. And, when you think about it, I think the Exodus demo might have come out in early 82, like January. I might have to talk to Gary Holt about this, but again, it was a combination of punk stuff and metal stuff. It was all down picking. We played the slow stuff. When we played the slow stuff, we did all down picking. And when we played the fast stuff, we did all down picking. And we were just sort of playing and making music we wanted to hear. It's like sort of what I do now, but the attitude that we had back then was that we were finding influences that nobody else knew about. We were being inspired by bands that nobody else knew about, and we were throwing it out there, and people were reacting. You have to remember, back in 78, 79, and 80, no one knew who Iron Maiden was, or the Scorpions, or Motorhead, Tigers of Pentang, Angel Witch, Budgie. All of these bands that we were listening to, Diamond Head, Riot, etc., nobody knew what we were listening to except for a core group of us, which were like 8 or 10 guys. And, you know, most of us are musicians, and most of us were in a band called Exodus. And we started playing these songs and writing songs that had these influences and these inspirations. And that's what the first Exodus demo became. It was this confluence of all these elements and ingredients and situations. And then he goes on to kind of say, he goes, but the thrash element on this Exodus demo, that was definitely me, because I wrote 90% of the material on that first Exodus demo. I'd say our first thrash song was probably Whipping Queen or Hell's Breath. They were written within a couple weeks of each other. Those two songs were written once we got Paul Baloff in the band. So again, kind of talking about the punk thing and this idea, and I can kind of associate it with like something that Mark and I have talked a lot about, and I'm sure you kind of feel the same way, that when we were all discovering something that was really rare and unique to us, we sort of felt a badge of honor to it, you know, with death metal, black metal, the European metal. It was almost like we knew a secret that nobody else kind of knew about. And you get the feeling that a lot of these kids that were, you know, we talked about Lars Ulrich earlier in the show when we were talking about Accept, Fast as a Shark, and what a big influence that record and that song in particular was on thrash. But, you know, like guys like Lars were sort of like peddling like drugs almost to these like kids. Like, have you heard Saxon? Have you heard this? Have you heard that? You know, and it was sort of the same way at the record store, right? Like where you did that with me. You're like, oh man, have you heard Amorphous? Have you heard this? And, you know, that kind of thing. So there was almost this like inner circle of knowledge that hadn't yet hit America. And I feel like a lot of the thrash bands were the only bands that like understood the potency of punk, but also knew a little bit about this kind of European and British metal stuff, you know? Yeah.
Interesting. You sort of, that Hammett quote kind of comes out because there was this notion of, you know, punk and thrash, but I think what also people forget is Motorhead, right? And the reason why I say that is, I remember it was 89 or 88, I think it was, and Dave Messick had a subscription to this magazine called Power Metal. Like, never seen it again, right? I think it was a Hit Parader publication. Maybe it was only for like a few years. But it had like everything you wanted to read on it. It wasn't like, you know, like, I don't know.
A bunch of Motley Crue articles and
you didn't see, you know, you didn't get to see the outlines of Tommy Lee's dick, you know. It was actually like articles on Megadeth and Halloween and Slayer. It's like, ooh. And I remember one issue was like, the greatest thrash metal band of all time is Motorhead. And I remember thinking like, who the fuck wrote this? Because I'm like, the greatest thrash metal band of all time is, of course, either Metallica or Slayer. Right? So, but Motorhead, I mean, if you listen to just Motorhead, and Mark, you're a big Motorhead fan, I know. Just the tempo is really kind of what got this thing going, right? And I think once you bridge the aggressiveness of hardcore and punk, and maybe the social awareness of punk, you kind of get thrash metal, right? So Motorhead's one of the instrumental bands of thrash metal, even though, you know, when I was a teenager, a very, very young teenager.
Well, and they would never identify as thrash, you know what I mean?
They never self-identify. They always say, no, we're just a rock and roll band.
We're just rock and roll band. But
the Overkill drum beat, you know, between that and Fast as a Shark.
Exactly.
You know, Discharge, like that, like social awareness and heavy metal didn't exist until thrash. And then it didn't last very long in thrash.
I mean, thrash took it to the nth degree because that was the only place it could go, because it started off with demons and wizards and, you know, Satanism and occultism, and then it went into, you know, like Testament. Metallica started talking about like either war or
the environment blackened, you know, things like that.
Right?
I mean, Megadeth is full of that
politics
stuff as well. So politics,
you know, just in general, politics or Megadeth's thing. And then you had like, you know, Exodus went sort of into a stupid route, you know, with like verbal razors and the lowrider cover, which I thought was ridiculous.
I mean, they're more like kind of. It seems like they've like carried over a little bit from the '70s, just like having a good time.
Right,
they did bullshit. They didn't really
Piranha and stuff
like
that.
They were party.
They hated everything. Gary Holt always talks about if I wasn't writing songs about serial killers, I'd be out fucking killing people myself or some shit. Like just, you know, that kind of like verbose bullshit, but it kind of fits with their attitude, their style.
Yeah, it's funny. I'm looking at some of these old covers. It's a hit. So Power Metal was a Hit Parader publication. Pretty rare. It looks like it's late '80s, maybe. But the you know, like, you know, Decibel has the new noise or whatever. You know, this sort of the slogan. Power Metal slogan was the nastiest magazine on earth.
Well, it's funny. I have this weird memory, and I don't know. I think it was associated not with Hit Parader, but with Metal Maniacs, that they put out like a weird special issue that a guy, Jeff, who we all know, who's been on the podcast a couple times, Grindcore Coon is kind of what I think we refer to him as on the show. But he came across it and had the whole issue was nothing but a countdown of lists of the different genres of metal. And we got a hold of that, I think, freshman year in high school, and we were looking at like their doom metal lists, and we're like, who the hell is Saint Vitus? Who's Iron Man? Who are like Penance? You know, and we were like, whoa! Bands, and it was like it was just rankings of all these things and countdowns and blah blah blah. I don't know what it was or what the subheading of the magazine was, but like that thing was like a Bible for us. And I don't know if Jeff still has it, but there was like probably 5 to 10 pages that were just top 5 records, greatest or top 10 lists from all these famous musicians. And I remember looking at like Dave Lombardo's list, and he had, you know, like 2 Priest records, and then he had Plasmatics, and like I was like, what the fuck is all of this? Or where, you know, like it surprised me that those guys liked these other things.
Yeah, one of those things where people are more than you think they are.
Yeah, it's like
but
he's talking about
interview,
you know, that interview with Dismember, and they're like, Led Zeppelins are big, you know, we love that, and you're like, what, you know? And it really was a revelation to me to see that kind of stuff, and to see like how other people were sort of viewing this genre that I still obviously didn't know anything about, but I thought I did.
Shows how bad our education system is compared to Sweden.
Yeah, exactly. So, and I know you've got to go here pretty quick, Chris. So, but one last thing, kind of before we sort of go on, because we're gonna play Twisted Sister, MSG, Vandenberg, Exodus, Whipping Queen. But the last thing we're gonna play is from the Metal Massacres, and you know, there's a lot written about obviously the very first Metal Massacre, but the first 2 come out in 1982, and you got, you know, bands like Armored Saint, Metallica, and Rat, and Bitch, and other bands kind of got their exposure from it. Sirath Ungul, I believe, was on one of them as well. And then Slayer will be on Metal Massacre 3, which doesn't come out until the next year. But where do you kind of fit, just in your kind of background of understanding the history of where these things kind of fit? What kind of impact do you think those kind of compilations had, especially when tape trading is going to become, you know, the way that the 1980s is going to spread kind of like music,
10 years,
you know, and
least,
stuff like that.
Right.
Do you think this almost like predicted that kind of idea of tape trading by putting together these kind of weird compilations of unsigned bands and different things like that? Or I don't know. I guess where do you put Metal Massacre 1 and 2 in terms of like historical impact? You know.
Right. So, but real quick, let's go back to Power Metal real quick. So, one issue in August of '89. On the cover has Megadeth, King Diamond, Slayer, and Exodus. The sidebar cover band with Metallica, Annihilator, Forbidden, Celtic Frost, Raven, Malaya Rage, Corner, Vendetta, Defiance, Pestilence, Metal Church, Holy Terror, Crimson Glory, Atrophy, Anthrax, Rigor Mortis, and Door of Pesh.
Wow.
Now, who would not want to read that?
Yeah,
you know?
that's pretty incredible.
That's me taking a road trip right there, yeah.
Exactly, man. It's like everything we're talking about today is...
So do you think that was like the guy at Hit Parader that was like us, the one guy that worked there, and he was like, God damn it, do I have to do another article on like, you know,
or
fucking Trickster? And they're like, dude, all right, yeah, exactly. Like, we're not going to let you write about Celtic Frost and Hit Parader, but we will give you like this one issue that you can just like fucking unload all this stuff into, or that's
you know what?
wild.
Don't know. I'll have to dig into that a little bit. But
That's
I think it was fairly serious. Just the approach. I mean, Pestilence is in there. What, you know? I mean,
yeah, that's not somebody that knows something. Yeah, for sure.
Well, the reason for it too is the inner cover is the inner cover advert is Annihilator, Alice in Hell, Roadrunner or Road Racer.
Yeah.
The back page ad is Transcendence by Crimson Glory, Roadrunner, Road Racer.
Yeah.
So, of course, at that point, you know, Pestilence were on that label. So, I think Monty Connor, whoever was doing PR for the PR at that time, had a really good hook into this magazine. Trying to figure out who wrote for it and who were the editors. I'm sure some of the early Metal Maniacs writers were part of this.
Yeah.
Don Kay, I'm sure his name is on this.
Huh.
Maybe Borovi's on it too.
Yeah, Borovi, yeah.
But, anyway, going back to the compilations, I think the compilations are a product of the tape trading that already was going on. I think that was, you know, I think the compilations were really just, you know, an inspiration of more of a productized version of the tape trading culture that was happening in around that time, and of course continued all the way through the CD age. So I think those early compilations, or compilations in general, were kind of, especially in the metal world, were really just sort of someone like Brian Slagle saying, hey, I'm going to put this out because, one, I have the means, two, I love this stuff, and three, maybe I can make some money off it, right? Yeah. So I think that those three factors, and of course Brian Slagle, legend, in getting us where we are today, right? Without Brian Slagle, I don't think we'd be where we are.
Sure.
I think that was just, how that kind of happened. And of course, monkey see, monkey do, right? I mean, as with zines, so did VD Requiem, other labels started to do compilations. And whether they were unsigned bands or new bands that had a demo or had one good song, it kind of became like an easy way to expose 10 to 15 different bands on one format. Today it would be kind of pointless.
Because even later on in the maybe early '90s, when I'm thinking of like the Nuclear Blast comps, when they were some of those like Beauty and Darkness, where it was all exclusives just to that comp by their full roster of bands. Like it still had like that's probably maybe the end of it. I don't think they could really go any further, but I was like, okay, cool. Well, I'll still get this because it's got this Pyogenesis thing I've never heard. Sure. This inflamed
one of those Century Media comps, like the Identity comps, and then the in the early '90s,
in the Eyes of Death comp,
and the Eyes of Death and stuff like that. I mean, those were
like different versions of songs you didn't have. Yeah. So it was cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think that like the death metal comp on Death Records.
Sure. With the Eucharist song and At the Gates.
Yeah,
and stuff like that.
That to me that's very similar. That's the death metal version of Metal Massacre, right?
Yeah, War
Comp is also one of those.
Yeah,
that's very similar to what Metal Massacre was to early heavy metal.
Of a Stained Mind.
Yeah, we did a whole show on Projections of a Stained Mind. Yeah.
Pull up the really the rare one on that one. And the CBR records.
Yeah, it's not something most people don't even know about that, the Projection of Stained Mind.
I've never, like, Chris got the CD, I got the LP at Wyatt Earp. Never seen another person even talk about it before. But that was like a kind of a holy grail for us at the time. The only House of Usher thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, Martin Larson.
Yeah. And I got to imagine that's probably how people who got a hold of, like, the first kind of run of, like, Metal Massacre 1 or 2, you hear and, like, Hit the Lights for the first time, and you had never probably heard anything quite like that at that point.
Plus you got that extra L in Metallica.
Yeah, exactly. The screw up. I remember in the book, the Metal Blade book that he just put out, he kind of talks about by the time they caught that, it was like they had already sent them to print or whatever.
I got a copy of that for, like, nothing years ago.
Oh, the Metal Massacre?
Yeah.
Really? Yeah.
They weren't anything. I mean, they were super, super influential. Yeah. But later on, I think a lot of that kind of got forgotten.
Sure.
As Metal Blade, the label, and the bands. I mean, of course, those bands got huge. I mean, a lot of those bands signed the majors.
Yeah. Armored Saint. Yep.
For example, right?
Yeah, we're going to play Lesson to Learn.
Which is on
Chrysalis, right? I think they went right to Chrysalis.
Yeah. They went right to Chrysalis. Yeah. They actually, I think they got signed off of that, of hearing that song on the Metal Massacre comp.
Awesome. Yeah.
So, a lot of those bands went on the majors, and by that point, they were being massaged by the labels to be either grow as musicians, grow as songwriters, or have someone else write for them.
Sure.
So, but this early song that you're talking about, you're going to hear this Lesson We'll Learn off the EP, or I guess it's off Metal Massacre 2.
Metal Massacre 2, yep, which came out at the end of 82.
Yeah, then the EP, right? It's great. I mean, it's sort of a sign of the times. It's the American version of, to me, it's the American version of Iron Maiden.
Yeah. Armored Satan were definitely one of the more European sounding metal bands. That's why they never quite. I feel like sometimes they didn't fit with a lot of what was going on in the U.S. in the mid '80s. Well,
nobody sounded like John Bush, and didn't Metallica try him out for?
Yeah, he originally was asked to be a vocalist with Metallica, I think, at one point. So turned them down to stay with Armored Saint. But
I kind of put like Armored Saint and like a band like Metal Church kind of in the same category.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Very. Not so boogie woogie, origin. The influences are coming from somewhere else.
Metal Church always had more, I think, at least in their early records, a little bit more European kind of flair to them in certain ways.
Queensryche, of course.
Yep, yep, absolutely. I mean, that both of those bands are from Seattle, so I think weird stuff kind of happens up there that's just a little bit different than you're just in a different location. You're not part of the L.A., New York, or San Francisco scenes,
Right, yeah.
So that were kind of happening. So, so we'll get into all that here, and we're gonna get to Twisted Sister, Under the Blade from Under the Blade. The Michael Schenker groups Rock You to the Ground from Assault Attack, Vandenberg's Burning Heart, the Exodus Whipping Queen demo, which the sound quality on it's not great, but it's kind of fun to be able to hear Kirk Hammett play guitar for Exodus before he goes on to Metallica. And then, of course, from the Metal Massacre 2, we've got Armored Saints Lesson Well Learned. So, Chris, we any closing thoughts or final things about the importance of 1982 before we say goodbye? Because I know you got to get going here.
Sure. 82 was a fantastic year for heavy metal. It's interesting to hear Kirk Hammett play on Whipping Queen, and hearing how good he was and how good he will become, and then to hear him do those awful improvised live covers on the recent tours, like the Into the Crypts of Rays.
Oh, they're embarrassing.
Yeah, it is unbelievable. I think it's a severe level of disrespect. And I know they're just trying to have fun and be flippant or whatever, but it is pathetic.
Yeah.
And I think that, the downfall of that is pretty, and I know that sounds like an old guy thing to say, but when you hear how brilliant he was on Ride Lightning, Master Puppets, even
the Black album,
even
some of
Load,
his solos are
even Load he's good on, right? But to hear them do that is just what happened.
Well, you're a multi-millionaire. There's no struggle in your life whatsoever. What is the point of nobody's
exerting
telling you that
yourself,
man, you could do harder. You could do better than that. You could do better than that.
So 82 to today, it's an interesting trajectory.
And Gary Holt's still there.
Yeah,
holding down the fort.
Yeah,
he is
trying. He's trying.
Still putting out good riffs.
Yeah,
because he never got so big.
That's
even
true.
Though shitty. God, what was the one in the 90s they did that had that shitty cover on it?
Force of Habit.
Oh Jesus, Impact is Imminent is worse.
Impact is Imminent. Yeah, they're both bad covers.
It's pretty bad. So. But
it's like they're sitting in a Chevy 57 or something.
Yeah.
But he's still he came out of that.
Yeah, that's true.
He's still hungry,
Yep.
And
indeed.
Slayer managed to make it all the way through pretty good.
Yeah, they have a few bumps in the road, but for the most part,
But,
So,
yeah. But I will say something about 82, which is I touched on a little bit. I mentioned, Aldo Nova was part of that. Night Ranger was part of that. And these bands that you're kind of oh, really? Why would you even mention them? But they kind of had a quality to them that, Kiss is also part of that. Creatures of Night.
Yep, and Jeff Wagner's gonna talk about Creatures of Night, and we mentioned Dawn Patrol, which was probably the best Night Ranger record earlier, and because Brad Gillis, of course, will in '82 will replace Randy Rhoads temporarily with Ozzy in that Speak of the Devil live record that they put out in '82 as well. So
stuff things Scandinavian stuff too, like TNT coming out, out of Norway. Which this is kind of going back to that Vandenberg thing where the European stuff kind of started to hit, and from different countries. It wasn't from the main one, oh, this is Germany and this is England. That's only where bands are coming from.
Well, even when we did the 81 show a few episodes back, we talked about Hanoi Rocks, from Finland, kind of starting to record and make some impacts, So.
Yep.
But
cool.
Yeah, indeed. But we appreciate, I know, taking some time out of your busy man, but we always love having you on the show. It's been a while.
Yeah, appreciate it, guys. Awesome.
Dimmu Borgir, but your gathering episodes that we recorded a while back are due to come out very, very soon.
Those will be out in December.
Yeah, we had to kind of get through this countdown first before we could release them and stuff. So,
sure.
But
and, for this talk set, it's been great. I got to go back to Twisted Sister. I'm a big. If there's a song I want to hear by Twisted Sister, it's going to be The Prince. But this song is pretty cool. It definitely reminds me of here's a band who really took Priest and Sax to the heart.
Yeah, for sure.
And the MSG thing, of course, is Schenker, and the Vandenberg is just really kind of out of left field, which is great.
Yeah, no, like I said, I thought you would be the perfect person to kind of talk about stuff because I like those songs a lot, and I just figured Chris probably knows a little bit more about these than I do on some. You have a encyclopedic knowledge of not necessarily the first wave of hair metal bands, but the actual good stuff that was sort of mixed in with some of the shit stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You're able to separate that and kind of
the Dawkins from the
the Dawkins and the
Dawkins from the Bullet Boys.
Yes, exactly.
The LA Guns and
but so again
from the Sea Hags.
Yeah, exactly. But again, thanks for joining us for this Talkset, and we'll hopefully have you on for many more episodes as we hit number 200 here. So enjoy Twisted Sister, Under the Blade.
Steal a flash of light, you know you're not going home tonight. Be it shackle, switch, doctors of mine. Nowhere to run, everywhere you'll find. You can't escape from the bed you made. When your time has come, you'll accept You know you're not going home tonight. Big Jekyll, switch, doctor the mind. There's nowhere to run, everywhere you'll find. You can't escape from the bed you made. When your time has come, you'll accept.